Greetings and welcome to Breaking News. What's up? Good morning, everybody. How's it going? How's it going? Let me start by thanking all my awesome winners in the winner circle who make it happen. Thank you guys so much for supporting the channel and being part of the solution. Big thanks to Shelly and Wolfram, who also support us over on Rumble as well. And just check. All right, I got everything going so far, so good. We are broadcasting live today on Rumble, YouTube, and X, and away we go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here. We gather here this morning at these early hours to witness the confirmation hearing for RFK Jr. This is one of two he'll be doing today. He'll be talking to the Senate Finance Committee, and that's what we'll be watching. How's everybody doing out there? Thank you for joining me today. Who's in the crowd? Who my early morning risers out here? We got let's see. We got Heidi. Heidi, how's it going? How's it going? Thank you for dropping these. There's Heidi. Good morning, Ronnie. Good morning. Good morning, Wolfram. How's it going? Thank you for dropping these links. Remember, when you're here to always listen to the wolf, he knows what he's talking about. He wipes his paws, he lopes in, and he howls eventually. There he goes. And the alpha mod is in twice. All right. Let's see. We got Nacho Kitty. What's up, Nacho Kitty? How you doing? Welcome. Nacho Kitty's an early riser. There you go. Captain Kearns, what's up? How you doing, Captain Kearns? Welcome. We got Jacob Pete. Whoa, swinging in on a chandelier. Jacob Pete early in the morning here. Welcome to the shit show, ladies and germs. Here's hoping we don't need to drag in our V over this one. Oh, probably, I don't know. The Democrats are going to do a hell of a job not liking this one because they're bitter. They're bitter. They're coping and seething as they do so well. Yes, they do. There's Shelly, and she's barely awake. Barely awake. And we got yeah, that's the team. That's the VIPs in the front row this morning. Welcome, guys. The hearing itself starts at 10 a.m. Eastern. So we got some little bit of time to hang out and chit chat and talk and whatever. Everybody loves talking in the morning, don't they? I'm kind of watching on parallel here the business, they call it a business meeting regarding Pam Bondi. It's the one thing you don't want to listen to in the morning. It's dry as can be. It's a bunch of people just yapping and yapping, reading slow and acting official. It's boring as you could ever imagine. Mr. Coons is talking right now, and it really is just a bunch of bullshit. I gotta tell you, it's not really interesting at all. I'd put it on, but it's so dry it may just make you fall asleep as soon as you listen to it. And I'm not exaggerating there. It's really that bad. Hey, Rumble, what's up over there on the Rumble side? What's up over there on X? How you guys doing? Thanks for being here no matter where you are, what platform you're on. Rumble, man, we lay a heavy burden on our Rumblers, but they're tough. They can take it. We need you to hit the base button. That's the thumbs up button. That helps us get out in the algorithm and compete with all these other streams that are going, and lets people know, hey, this is where the base crowd is at. Come on in and be part of it. So it's up to you guys to help us get out there. I do everything else. I do the tagging and the descriptions and all that stuff. So at this point, I lay it in your hands, Rumblers. Let people know we're here. Hit the base button. That's the thumbs up button. We call it the base button here. If you're base, the thumb goes up. If you're not base, it goes down. But either way, just interact with the stream. It helps with the engagement of it. And that's how people get to know us out there on, we got a great crew here on YouTube side. It's where a lot of the chat goes down. And there's a lot of chat. There's people over there waiting to talk to you on the Rumble side as well. So whatever suits your fancy, please do join us, um, because we have quite a day in store for us. I hope I hope to God it is interesting and it is fruitful. I'm sure Mr. Kennedy is ready to rock and roll and kick some ass today. As always, he wants to make America healthy again. And boy, have we been waiting for something like this for decades. In the fight for truth and honesty and integrity and the good fight over the decades, we have always on this side, regardless of your affiliation or regardless of how you view certain aspects or certain events or certain phenomena in this world. One thing we can always agree on, one thing that's always brought us together is the food and water issue. That's one thing that everybody agrees on and is pretty much on the same page. There's some people that go a little bit too far with some stuff and roping in certain aerial activities with things that don't belong there. However, we all agree that fluoride doesn't belong in water. At bare minimum, it's forced quote unquote medication because some people think it's good for your teeth, but really that was a scam devised by Edward Bernays and the lead industry, as we learned in our review of in my mini reviews of the fluoride deception, a very accurate rundown of how fluoride got in our water, how it was a complete scam that is for your teeth, and what the business purpose of dumping what is basically hydrofluoric acid into our waters to treat us like filters. So corporations like the lead corporation didn't have to dispose of this chemical runoff. So isn't that great to know that that's what the corrupt elitist establishment thinks of us. We're just filters basically for their waste. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that great? Anyways, hopefully out there in the chat, if not, I'll find it. We did a stream on this. It was Old School Watch Party Sunday from a while back, and it's titled "The Fluoride Deception and Seeds of Death." You can watch the fluoride deception on YouTube, but if you want to watch the next part of it, the seeds of death part, it's back-to-back documentaries. You need to watch that on Rumble. So you can find that stream on both sides. I highly recommend, if you have not watched the fluoride deception, to go watch it. It is eye-opening, and it will put you on up to date on the information you need to understand why this is a complete scam, and it was never, ever, ever intended to make you have better teeth. However, um, we finally have somebody who is going to tackle this issue amongst the other issues with our food and the chemicals and the epidemic of the unhealth, the chronic illness epidemic. There it is. This takes a little bit longer in the morning, but it comes around. Hold on a second. Okay. Um, so we finally have a champion for the cause, and that's something both sides should and do for the most part agree on. And that champion is Robert F. Kennedy Jr. So this may be one of the most important nominations and important people to um, into the cabinet and get working on this issue. Then I guess maybe pretty much any of us have seen it in our lifetime. And I don't. I'm not exaggerating. Um, I'm not overplaying that. I seriously do consider this that important. While maybe we don't agree on everything with Mr. Kennedy, we how often do you agree with everything with anybody, anyways, right? This is a key issue, and will be a generational solution. And when we need this is solution culture in action. When we need to take back our food and water, we need to give clean, real food and clean, pure water to our kids for generations to heal the damage that has been done. And along with better practices in medicine, and a better, healthier outlook, we will find that our country will begin to thrive over the course of the next generations, and chronic illness will begin to fade. Epidemics that we can't explain that come out of nowhere that we just blow off and put more meds on top of, that just fuel the big pharma industry, will go bye-bye. And of course, a lot of people don't want that to happen because they make quite a bit of money off of it. Um, and that's why they fear this man known as Robert F. Kennedy Jr., um, a man who has dealt with some things in his life for sure. Losing his father young. Let me turn this background on. There we go. And still overcoming that horrible event, that nationally tragic event where everybody in the world knows about it. Um, your entire life, and it was worldwide. It's surrounded by conspiracy and all kinds of other things. Um, the answers will hopefully come soon. Will hopefully come soon. And I like to just remind you, I am keeping an eye on things here. Can this actually be? Yeah, I can. Okay, good, good. They have their own little web page here, so I'm going to be playing it directly from there today. In case anybody was wondering, over on YouTube side, that's where it's going to be from. But I do have backups in case anything goes wrong with that feed. Just to remind my crowd, I'm on top of it. I'm not going to leave it up on the screen though. I'm just going to keep checking it because it's bright light until it gets um until it starts. They don't start it till right when it starts, and then I can put up full screen. And it'll be nice and chill, nice and chill. Yeah. So like I said, I'm not turn off I spotted a video last week on CBS. Towns turn off fluoride in the water. The thumbnail looked like a glass of muddy water. I didn't bother to click it though. Click on it. I didn't bother to click on it. Well, I'll take a look for that. I'll look for that. Any news about progress in this area? I'm highly interested in, because for the past, man, how long? Well, man, at least 14 years. I have been taking the extra effort to gravity filter all of my water um, in my house, and also purchase uh, non-BPA plastic bottled water, reverse osmosis filtered bottled water, to make sure that fluoride did not invade my son's life. And I also, as best I possibly could, also adding filters to the shower heads, and just going that extra mile to keep that thing filled up and keep new filters in there every year. So it's been, and that's fine. I don't mind it if that's what it takes to do better. That's what I do. Um, but I know that's not something everybody can do, and I want to make sure that everybody's healthy and everybody's. You won't believe the difference, the taste of food, coffee especially, other things make. You won't believe how your head clears up when you're fake fluoride free, from turning down tap water, from refusing to use it. In fact, if you can't afford a true gravity filter, hold on a second. If you can't afford a true gravity filter, just take the extra step and get the reverse osmosis bottled water in BPA free plastic bottles. I know that I get the Simple Truth brand because I have Kroger's around me, but if you can find something similar, do it, and just use that to boil your water. Boiling water does not take the fluoride out. You have to either reverse osmosis or gravity filter it. That's the only way it works. So don't fool yourself. Use it at least for that. At least you're getting that far. You cook with it, you drink it. You never, ever, ever consume the tap water. And if you get that far, and you get into gravity filters, you can then go for the shower heads. And if you're really good and you're really fancy, and you got some real money, you can get a gravity filter system put into your house, and then and it'll come out of every spigot. So then your taps are safe, right? So just teach your kids well. Teach them not to drink out of water fountains. Teach them to always have their own drinks with them. These are things you can do to help fight the bad guys, because they're trying to slow kill you with that stuff, and they're trying to impact your quality of life. So don't take that bullshit from them. Fight back, and this is how you do it, by foiling their evil plans. right? That's how we do it. Who just came in here? Is that Pothead Kenny? What's up? How you doing? It's good to see you, brother. Good to see you. We're getting close, guys. We're getting close. I'm keeping an eye on it. We got 9 minutes. We got 9 minutes. I'm checking back for the live feed, opening a new window. Okay. Let's see. We're getting something here going on. All right. I can pull this up now. Let's put this on the screen just to show you guys we are on top of it. Yes, we are. Yeah. There we go. One of two, the Committee on Finance. So I guess we're going to be having a lot of, I guess we'll be having a lot of questions about money. I guess so. Hey, Captain Current says we have such hot water. We only drink purified water. Our town adds 7 chemicals to stabilize the water. Stabilize it, huh? Where are they stabilizing it from? Back in the day when I was a very, very, very young man. There we go. That's it right there. Um, I helped. Well, I joined the family business somewhat. Not one second. Yeah, I guess the family trade. Let me put it that way. And I worked on helping put together uh, a giant sewage treatment plant. It was it was a job. Right? That's not what I stayed doing. Obviously went away and did other things, but I learned. I got out there and worked with pipes and did things like that. In one of these big plants, so I kind of know how those things work a little bit. I know we were building it, so I never got to see them actually dump chemicals in there and things. So and by the time I left before it was finished, but I'm sure that shit was around there somewhere. See, arsenics and hard metals. Hmm, interesting. Yeah, hard metals. Those are bad things to be in water. Those are bad things. But you get yourself a good gravity filter. Keep that sucker filled up. 99.999%, man. Uh, Feeling pretty good about that. And like I said, for those people out there who can't, the gravity filters could be a little expensive. Like I've tried to get sponsorships, like becoming an affiliate for a gravity filter company, and it's at this point it's really hard to do. I don't know what's going on with that. I hope there's a comeback for it, or just because they turn it off too is I think I'm not sure. I mean, I would think it would take some time to filter out. I mean, because they're turning it off, right? It doesn't mean that's out. So I'm curious. I need to learn this myself. Like how long, if they stop putting fluoride in the water, how long is it going to take for how long is it going to take for that to like become fluoride free? And I hate using the word fluoride because I know it's not, but let's just say chemical fluoride or establishment fluoride. There you go. So how long is it going to take for the water to actually heal from that damage? And should we insist upon some kind of gravity filter system on a massive scale at these water treatment plants? Like, should do we need to take the next step? I mean, I'm good with step one. Let's just do that first. Let's kill the practice. Let's outlaw practice. Let's not just kill it. Let's outlaw the practice. Outlaw it. And then from there, we can talk about what because that's business for somebody. Someone will go in there. Well, look, man, you got to get this thing right. You can take the water, you can stop putting it in there, but it's still floating around in there after years, after decades and decades and decades of submitting the pipes to it. It's stuck to the pipes. It's stuck to this. It's stuck to that. It's probably everywhere. Yeah, Berkey. There you go. There you go. You got a Berkey? Right on. Yep. Got a Pro Pure myself. So there you go. See, Captain Kern's on it. Captain Kern is on it. Yeah, we gotta build that industry back up. It was very popular 10 to 15 years ago. In fact, Berkey was, everybody was sponsoring. They were sponsoring everybody. I think even now, Alex Jones had a Berkey water filter sponsor, and then he went to Pro Pure. That's where I think I got mine from actually, and then Alexa Pure. He had several different water treatments. In fact, good on him. I know I can be I'm critical sometimes of a lot of the things that he um he doesn't go back and re-examine, or doesn't go back and kind of rethink. And I'm quick to point it out. But one thing that Alex did do is enlighten me to this topic, and many other people. And it's a great one. He's always been good about letting people know about the health and the food and the water. Like I said, this is a topic that has always unified all sides because it affects all of us too. And it's an insult to be treated like cattle, to be treated like our babies, our children, are being subjected to this too. And that's the infuriating part that activates fathers and mothers all over the world, all over this country, against this corrupt establishment. If anything won't wake you, if the things in your face won't wake you up, then maybe the food and the water will. That's always one of those things. People can agree. Then you got the people that always buy into the propaganda that's maybe a century old. I don't know. I'm a century old. Oh, it's for your teeth. They're going to take it. Our teeth are going to fall out. And I can't believe they still pull that out. And when you realize, you can see it right here in this documentary. Many people were here and watched it with us. When you realize that Edward Bernays, the father of propaganda, was behind that whole myth about it being good for your teeth, and what they're putting in our water is pure fluoride and dentists approve, and we should do it. The idea that the government can force medicate you, if that's the premise you want to go on, it's unconstitutional. Government cannot force medicate anyone. Mandates are also an assault on parental rights. Don't ever forget that. They are an assault on parental rights, because once they mandate that means that mandate supersedes your parental rights. Mandated jabs, um, all that shit is saying the government's going to tell you what to do with your kid. Don't want to forget, mandates supersede your parental rights. That's why we can never accept a mandate of any kind, except for the mandates we put on government through a show of our mutual consent, as i.e., the election of President Trump by unanimous, well, almost unanimous, like majority, popular, and House and Senate of the same party. If you there's never been a bigger mandate than that right there. Get out there and do what you promised. And promise is made, promise is kept. That's the way it works in Trump world. So, again, and then once we get the water tackled, which is something you are constantly, you only have your source, right? You only have your source, constantly needing to use. You have to then talk about the chemicals in the food, why we are treated like why we are treated like lab rats with some of these chemicals they put in to, I guess, save money, or sometimes it doesn't even make sense that they're saving money on it. Some of the shit they put in our food, uh, but how the rest of the world seem to be ahead of us on this. How do we keep doing the wrong thing when everybody else was doing at least trying to do the right thing? How did we not catch on? Why did our politicians ignore it? Right? Like I said, these are things that the help break down bad and false belief systems of people who pine and believe in the corrupt establishment um, that we were all born into, unfortunately, and we're now in the midst of tearing down. Sometimes this works. Sometimes people make excuses and go into denial, and then they don't want to talk about it, because it is, and it does really get to people quickly when you start bringing up things like that. I've always learned just to be the example, despite anything else, you know, especially being a parent. You show up and you bring their own food and water, and people are like, "Well, we have stuff here." It's like, "That's all right. We got our own." Like, what's up? Well, why? And people get insulted by that. I was like, "I'm sorry. I'm not going to worry about your damn feelings when it comes to my kid's health and his future." If you want to talk about why we have organic and we have our own uh, approved drinks, and why he sticks to that, we can. You know, I'm happy to tell you why, but you probably won't believe half of it anyways, you know? So have the conversation, be the example, and then you tend to notice that people, parents or whatever, all of a sudden they just quietly start doing the same thing. Like I told the story before, the group we were around when my kid was very young, and I was taking that bold stand against people who were, I guess we'll say, very communal. And they do as everybody else does, and you're supposed to do this and do that and all that stuff. I'm just like, no, these guys don't drink. He's good. What am I gonna say? At the end of the day, it's up to me anyways, right? But they, you know, and then I look a few months or a year later, and they got some organic stuff in their fridge, right? They're like, maybe I should listen. Maybe I should pay attention. Maybe it's a quiet thing. They won't admit it, but they'll go do it, and that's what matters. The kid wins then, right? And that's all that matters. I don't care. Oh, looky here. There's the whole daggone gang coming on in. Look at that. All these people down here, laptops and computers. Really, you need that many people down there for this? These are assistants. The volume is up, by the way. I just haven't turned it on there.
Good morning.
Good morning.
This hearing will come to order.
All right. Guys, get ready for
I thank my colleagues and Mr. Kennedy for being here today. Mr. Kennedy, congratulations on your nomination.
He's a good guy, so don't say
Throughout
crap.
this process, Mr. Kennedy, you have been accessible to members and staff on both sides of the aisle and have demonstrated strong commitment to fulfilling the responsibilities of this role. The Department of Health and Human Services oversees our nation's largest healthcare programs, providing coverage for nearly 2 in every 5 Americans. Improving Medicare, Medicaid, and CHIP, among other initiatives, presents challenges, especially in the face of a rapidly aging population, stubbornly high costs, and persistent barriers to access. However, this also provides us an opportunity to deliver bold, transformative solutions. As a committee, we share a commitment to advancing common sense, bipartisan policies that improve the delivery of healthcare in this country. This committee has worked to realign incentives in the prescription drug supply chain, to enhance access in rural communities, to expand the availability of telehealth and improve the broken clinician payment structure. Across these and other issues, I look forward to working with the administration to continue pursuing meaningful reforms that serve the American people more effectively and more efficiently. Too often, patients encounter a healthcare system that is disjointed and is a dysfunctional maze. Complex and bureaucratic chutes and ladders have become the norm. Meanwhile, even as healthcare spending climbs, outcomes across a range of conditions continue to decline. Mr. Kennedy, if confirmed, you will have the opportunity to chart a new and better course for the federal approach to tackling both the drivers and the consequences of our ailing healthcare system. Your commitment to combating chronic conditions that drive healthcare costs will be critical to our success. Prioritizing disease prevention and addressing the factors that fuel conditions such as diabetes, cardiovascular disease, metabolic disease, Alzheimer's disease, COPD, and cancer will save lives, reduce costs, and build a healthier, stronger country. Private sector breakthroughs from groundbreaking cancer medications to curative gene therapies also offer hope. But misguided government initiatives and market volatility risk eroding American leadership in life-saving R&D. Your advocacy for healthcare transparency has the potential to empower consumers across the country, promoting competition to enhance quality while cutting excessive spending for patients and for taxpayers. Today's hearing will provide a forum to hear more about your vision, particularly for the federal programs under this committee's jurisdiction. Mr. Kennedy, you represent a voice for an inspiring coalition of Americans who are deeply committed to improving the health and well-being of our nation. Regardless of political party, everyone in this room shares a common recognition that our current system has fallen short, as well as a common desire to make our country healthier. I look forward to today's conversation as well as your testimony, Mr. Kennedy. And now I recognize Senator Wyden for his opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The question before the Finance Committee this morning,
This guy's a
whether
bad guy.
Robert F. Kennedy should be trusted with the health and well-being of the American people. Committee staff have examined thousands of pages of statements, books, and podcast transcripts in a review of his record.
All right.
The receipts show that Mr. Kennedy has embraced conspiracy theories, quacks, charlatans, especially when it comes to the safety and efficacy of vaccines. He has
You
made
don't know
it
shit about
his
it. You're not
life's
a
work
doctor.
to sow doubt and discourage parents from getting their kids life-saving vaccines. It has been lucrative for
You're
him
bullshit. You're full of shit.
and put him on the verge of immense power. This is the profile of someone who chases money,
You're the profile of someone
influence
who's paid
wherever
off
they
by
lead.
big pharma.
even if that may mean the tragic death
Let's
of
look at
children
Wyden's
and other vulnerable people.
financials. His
Now,
campaign
Mr.
donations.
Kennedy is fond
You
of
may wanna do
saying
that.
he's not making recommendations about whether parents should vaccinate their children. He's just asking questions and giving people choices. It's a slippery tactic to dodge any real responsibility for his words and actions. And it is, in my view, absurd coming from somebody who's trying to win confirmation for a job that is entirely about making recommendations.
What was that site?
These recommendations are going to have life or death consequences
Oh, life
for the
and
American
death.
people.
Or your
Mr. Kennedy, if you
financial
are
impact.
confirmed,
To
your
you.
recommendations determine which vaccines senior citizens get for free through Medicare. Your
What,
recommendations
they don't get the death
will
vaccine for free
determine
anymore?
which vaccines are given to millions of kids. Peddling
Exactly.
these anti-vaccine conspiracy theories as our
We knew
chief
they were going
health
to go up this
officer
hard.
is going to endanger the lives of kids and seniors across the nation. Just look at
Let
what
irony
happened
hit now.
when Mr. Kennedy inserted himself
Hey,
into
Memento,
an
what's up? Jacob Castro, my
anti-vaccination
friend, what's up?
crisis in the island nation of Samoa. He traveled there himself to push his views and pour fuel on the fire of a measles outbreak that began due to low
I would
vaccination
probably
rates.
think that would
In
be
the
true.
end, 83 Samoans died, mostly kids, from a disease that is easily preventable. Americans cannot afford to import this experiment to our great nation.
What are you talking about, dude?
On other healthcare matters, from abortion to universal healthcare, Mr. Kennedy has changed his views so often it is nearly impossible to know where he stands.
I mean, he's
So
evolved.
many of the basic
So
issues
in his
that
book, you're
impact
supposed to have one belief your whole life. That's it.
Americans' daily
That's what the
lives.
establishment tells you.
In
How
a
dare you change your mind?
gobsmacking
How dare you
statement
grow?
of
How
irresponsibility.
dare you learn more?
In November
facts and change your
2023,
mind.
Mr. Kennedy said that he wanted to pause infectious disease research for 8 years. Mr. Kennedy has indicated he's open to restricting access to the abortion medication mifepristone, which remains a primary target of
Abortion
the Republican
medication?
crusade against reproductive
Is that what they're
freedom.
calling it? Is it
I took
medication?
this on back in 1990 when I
I
chaired
bet
the
you
first
did.
congressional hearing on the topic.
Oh, I know.
Science
When,
is
when I
clear
got
then,
paid my first big check
it's
from
even
Big Pharma, I
clearer
did
today.
it too, right?
Mifepristone is safe. The only reason it's
That's
under
right.
question in
That's it, Kenny.
2025 is because people with a
Let it all
political
out, buddy.
agenda
Don't hold it
have
in.
been out lying about it. Women deserve to know if Mr. Kennedy will abuse his power as our country's chief health officer
Oh, yeah.
to essentially implement a national abortion ban by restricting access to the safe and legal medication.
Oh, you mean by turning to the
Meanwhile,
states where they
as
can
the
make their
Trump
own
budget
minds up?
office
You
threw the
lying
Medicaid
cuck.
program into chaos yesterday, Republicans in Congress are proposing deep cuts to the program that
He's
will
just
rip
one
away
person,
health care
Jesus.
from millions of Americans who count on this
Good morning,
vital
Angry. How you
lifeline.
doing?
Cuts to Medicaid of this magnitude are going to jack up the cost of health insurance. It'll shutter nursing homes and rural hospitals, deprive seniors and Americans with disabilities
Lies.
of home-based care.
Lies.
That approach amounts to handing over our nation's health system to for-profit insurance companies.
Like you're not in.
Made a fortune
Someone look up his
delaying and denying
campaign
care.
financing for me.
Mr. Kennedy has virtually no knowledge
is
or
live.
experience in handling these issues.
You know that.
It leaves him unprepared to take on a crisis like the nation witnessed yesterday when the Trump Budget Office shut down the federal Medicaid payment portal. After a careful review of Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s statements, actions,
Oh my
and
goodness.
views, materials that I have reviewed personally
Is that
and
true?
closely,
I doubt it.
I've reached the
What's the
conclusion
thing
that
about
he
a
should not
portal
be
he's talking
entrusted with
about?
the health and well-being of the American people. When he's taken every side of every issue, how can this committee and the American people believe he has anything to say?
Oh, there's a
Let me
nice little
close
slander
by
speech from
saying I
Mr.
believe more
Wyden.
strongly than ever. And I have specialized in healthcare during my time in public service. There were a turning point.
You specialize in
regard to
enabling big
healthcare in
pharma?
America.
Did you?
There's one word to describe Americans' feelings towards the healthcare system. It's disillusioned.
Thanks to
At
you.
every
I see
single
you
turn,
failed at
people
your
feel
job. There
like
you
they're
go.
rolling a load of dice, loaded dice, when they
Yep.
try to get health care. Americans are justifiably angry, fed up, and tired of a system that puts profits over patients. Instead of debating meaningful ways to improve Americans' health care, now the committee is being forced to relitigate settled science about vaccines and whether or not the federal government should help Americans get affordable health
Lady
care.
Autumn Sky.
I
how
know
you
where
doing?
Democrats on this finance committee stand when it comes
I'm
to an
still alive.
agenda to
Good to see
lower
you.
costs and improve care. I must say, I cannot say the same about the nominee sitting in front of me.
He's gonna
And let
make
me,
my money go.
Acknowledge, finally, Mr. Chairman, Terry Mills from
Hell, I
Portland,
believe.
Oregon, who
I
is
believe he's
here
from hell.
to represent
Yes.
Nurses for America, and I'd like to enter a statement from her organization into the record at this time. Thank you, Mr.
Am I not doing a good enough
Without
job,
objection.
Jacob? Sorry.
Thank you, Ranking Member Wyden. Mr. Kennedy, in a few moments, you will be given the
There you go,
opportunity to
Ronnie.
make your opening
point.
statement and respond to these attacks and other questions that the members of this committee have. I would say that with regard to the attack on Medicaid that we just heard, that was a false attack. It's been
Yep.
proven false overnight. The Medicaid portal is operating efficiently today and was never intended to be shut down.
Oh, you just
Gentleman
lost your
yields,
credibility.
since he's mentioned my name. There was a significant amount of time yesterday where there was bedlam across the country
Oh,
over the
bedlam.
status of the Medicaid
Oh,
portals. I
whoa,
hope it's
bedlam
being
for a
corrected.
significant amount of
There were
time.
problems all through the day.
Jacob, any bedlam on your
There
end?
certainly were attacks yesterday. The problem has been clarified and the Medicaid portal
Oh, the
is fully
Democrats,
operational as
they
we
launched
speak.
tax to make Trump look bad? So what
Mr.
happened?
Kennedy, before I turn the time over to you
Why
to
didn't
share
you
your
punk
opening statement, I
cuck?
would like to give you a brief introduction. The son of Senator Robert F. Kennedy and nephew of President John F. Kennedy, Robert Kennedy Jr. has been an advocate for consumers since 1985. After graduating from Harvard University, Mr. Kennedy studied at the London
Oh, he's
School
from
of
Oregon.
Economics and received his law degree from the University of Virginia Law School and a
UVA?
master's degree in environmental law from Pace University. He has founded two advocacy
won't say
groups
it,
and
but
has
you know
spent the
I'm-
last
you know
40
I'm-
years working to
Always
restore
say
and
about Virginia
protect
colleges.
children's health. He was a former independent candidate in the 2024 presidential election. And President Trump nominated him this year to be in November of 2024 to be the HHS secretary. In announcing his nomination, President Trump stated, "Mr. Kennedy will restore these agencies to the traditions of gold standard scientific research and beacons of transparency and end the chronic disease epidemic
Yeah.
and make America great and healthy again."
Yes.
Before you give your opening statement, Mr.
That was
Kennedy,
too
I have
late.
4 obligatory questions that we ask all nominees before this committee. First, is there anything that you are aware of in your background that might present a conflict of interest with the duties of the office to which you have been nominated?
All right. No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Do you know of any reason, personal or otherwise, that would in any way prevent you from fully and honorably discharging the responsibilities of the office to which you have been nominated?
No, I do not.
Do you agree without reservation to respond to any reasonable summons to appear and testify before any duly constituted committee of Congress if you are confirmed?
Yes, I do.
And finally, do you commit to providing a prompt response in writing to any questions addressed to you by any senator of this committee?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. And before you begin, if you would like to, you may introduce your wife and children.
Yes. My wife, Cheryl Hines, is here. My daughter, Kit Kennedy, my son, Bobby Kennedy, his wife, Amaryllis Fox Kennedy, and my nephew, Jackson Hines, is here too.
We welcome you all. Thank you. You may proceed with your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Crapo, Ranking Member Wyden, and members of this distinguished committee. I'm humbled to be sitting here today as President Trump's nominee to oversee the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. I want to thank President Trump for entrusting me to deliver on his promise to make America healthy again. I also want to thank Cheryl and Kik and Bobby and all of my other children who are here today and all the many members of my large extended family for the love that they have so generously shared. Ours has always been a family that has been involved in public service, and I look forward to continuing that tradition. My journey into the issue of health began with my career as an environmental attorney, working with hunters and fishermen and mothers in the small town in the Hudson Valley and along the Hudson River. I learned very early on that human health and environmental injuries are intertwined. The same chemicals that kill fish make people sick also. Today, Americans' overall health is in grievous condition. Over 70% of adults and a third of children are overweight or obese. Diabetes is 10 times more prevalent than it was during the 1960s. Cancer among young people is rising by 1 or 2% a year. Autoimmune diseases,
buddy, how you doing?
neurodevelopmental disorders, Alzheimer's, asthma, ADHD, depression, addiction, and a host of other physical and mental health conditions are all on the rise, some of them exponentially. The United States has worse health than any other developed nation, yet we spend more on healthcare, at least double, and in some cases triple, as other countries. Last year, we spent $4.8 trillion, not counting the indirect costs of missed work. That's almost a fifth of GDP. It's tantamount to a 20% tax on the entire economy. No wonder America has trouble competing with countries that pay a third of what we do for health and have better outcomes and a healthier workforce. But I don't want to make this too much about money. It's the human tragedy that moves us to care. President Trump has promised to restore America's global strength and to restore the American dream, but he understands we can't be a strong nation when our people are so sick. A healthy person has 1,000 dreams. A sick person has only one. Today, over half of our countrymen and women are chronically ill. When I met with President Trump last summer, I discovered that he is more than just concerned for this tragic situation, but genuine care. President Trump is committed to restoring the American dream, and 77 million Americans delivered a mandate to him to do just that, due in part to the embrace and elevation of the Make America Healthy Again movement. This movement, led largely by Maha moms from every state, you can see many of them behind us today, and in the hallways and in the lobbies, is one of the most transcendent and powerful movements I've ever seen. I promise President Trump that if confirmed, I will do everything in my power to put the health of Americans back on track. And I've been greatly heartened to discover a deep level of care among members of this committee too, both Democrats and Republicans. I came away from our conversations confident that we can put aside our divisions for the sake of a healthier America. For a
Always.
long time, the nation has been locked in a divisive healthcare debate about who pays. Well, when healthcare costs reach 20%, there are no good options, only bad ones.
Yep.
Shifting the burden around between government and corporations and insurers and providers and families is like rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic. Our country will sink beneath a sea of desperation and debt if we don't change the course and ask, why are healthcare costs so high in the first place? The obvious answer is chronic disease. The CDC says 90% of healthcare spending goes toward managing chronic disease, which hits lower income Americans the hardest. The president's pledge is not to make some Americans healthy again, but to make all of our people healthy again.
Sure
There
is.
is no single culprit in chronic disease. Much as I have criticized certain industries and agencies, President Trump and I understand that most of their scientists and experts genuinely care about American health. Therefore, we will bring together all stakeholders in pursuit of this unifying goal. Before I conclude, I want to make sure the committee is clear about a few things. News reports have claimed that I'm anti-vaccine or anti-industry. I am neither. I am pro-safety.
Get out the idiots.
We'll have order.
Who's that? Like, was that a good
Please
thing or a
proceed,
bad
Mr.
thing?
Kennedy.
I couldn't hear what they
I
said.
am pro-safety. I worked for years to raise awareness about the mercury and toxic chemicals in fish, and nobody called me anti-fish. And I believe that that vaccines play a critical role in healthcare. All of my kids are vaccinated. I've written many books on vaccines. My first book in 2014, the first line of it is, I am not anti-vaccine, and the last line is, I am not anti-vaccine. Nor am I the enemy of food producers. American farms are the bedrock of our culture, of our politics, of our national security. I was a 4-H kid, and I spent my summer working on ranches. I went to work with our farmers. I want to work with our farmers and food producers to remove burdensome regulations and unleash American ingenuity.
Yes.
AHA simply cannot succeed without a partnership, a full partnership of American farmers.
It's true.
In my advocacy, I've often disturbed the status quo by asking uncomfortable questions. Well, I'm not going to apologize for that. We have massive health problems in this country that we must face honestly. And the first thing I've done every morning for the past 20 years is to get on my knees and pray to God that he would put me in a position to end the chronic disease epidemic
Hey,
and
listen.
to help America's children. That's why
Hey,
I'm
listen.
so grateful to President Trump for the opportunity to sit before you today and seek your support and partnership in this endeavor.
Oh, yeah.
I will conclude with a promise. The members of this committee, to the president, and to all the tens of millions of parents across America, especially the moms, who have propelled this issue to center stage. Should I be so privileged as to be confirmed, we will make sure our tax dollars support healthy foods. We will scrutinize the chemical additives in our food supply. We will remove financial conflicts of interest from our agencies.
Good point, Kenny.
We will
Good
create
point.
an honest, unbiased, gold standard science at HHS, accountable to the president, to Congress, and to the American people. We will reverse the chronic disease epidemic and put the nation back on the road to good health. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, I will begin. Each of us will have 5 minutes to ask you questions, and then at the conclusion
There's only
of the
500
hearing,
of us,
if
so
there
don't
are
worry.
further questions, there will be an opportunity for those questions to be submitted to you, and I ask that you respond to
All right,
them
it's one
promptly.
round of questioning. That's very good. Love it,
Mr. Kennedy, you have
Crapo.
emphasized the importance of nutrition in preventing and managing chronic disease, improving
yeah.
health outcomes, and reducing health costs. I share your interest in the relationship between our diet and our well-being. And if confirmed, I look forward to partnering with you on those efforts. Would you share with the committee why you are passionate about the nutrition-oriented disease prevention and what you have learned?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I had 11 brothers and sisters. I had
Wow.
dozens of first cousins. I was
11
raised in a
brothers and
time where
sisters.
we did not have a chronic disease epidemic. When my uncle was president, 2% of American kids had chronic disease. Today, 66% have chronic disease. We spend zero on chronic disease during the Kennedy administration. Today, we spend $4.3 trillion a year. With 77% of our kids cannot qualify for military service. When I was a kid, the typical pediatrician would see one case of diabetes in his or her lifetime, 40 or 50-year career. One out of every 3 kids who walks through her office door is diabetic or pre-diabetic. And the most recent data from NIH shows 38% of teens are diabetic or pre-diabetic. Autism rates have gone from 1 in 10,000 to 1 in 1,500, depending on what studies you look at. In my generation today, 70-year-old men, 1 in 34 in my kids' generation. We've seen this explosion of autoimmune disease, of allergic diseases. This is not just a economic issue. It's not just a national security issue. It is a spiritual issue, and it is a moral issue. We cannot live up to our role as an exemplary nation, as a moral authority around the world, and we're writing off an entire generation of kids.
Thank you very much. And if confirmed, how could we work together to integrate nutrition-based interventions into our healthcare programs like Medicaid and Medicare?
Well, there are many ways that we can do that. The federal funding of the SNAP program, for example, and of school lunch programs could be a driver for helping kids. We shouldn't be giving 60% of the kids in school processed food that is making them sick. We shouldn't be spending 10% of the SNAP program on sugar drinks. So we have a direct ability to change things there. We also, in Medicaid and Medicare, we need to focus more on outcome-based medicine, on putting people in charge of their own health care, of making them accountable for their own health care so they understand the relationship between eating and getting sick. Most importantly, we need to deploy NIH and FDA to doing the research to understand the relationship between these different food additives and chronic disease so that Americans understand it and make sure that Americans are aware. But I don't want to take food away from anybody. If you like a cheeseburger, a McDonald's cheeseburger, a Diet Coke, which my boss loves, and you should be able to get them. If you want to eat Hostess Twinkies, you should be able to do that. But you should know what the impacts are on your family and on your health.
Thank you. Senator Wyden.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Before I begin my questions, I'd like to start by entering into the record a letter the committee received from Ambassador Carolyn Kennedy outlining what she believes is Mr. Kennedy's lack of personal fitness for the office.
Without objection.
Mr. Kennedy, you have spent years pushing conflicting stories about vaccines. You say one thing and then you say another. In your testimony today under oath, you denied that you were anti-vaccine. But during a podcast interview in July of 2023, you said, quote, "No vaccine is safe and effective." In your testimony today, in order to prove you're not anti-vax, you note that all your kids are vaccinated. But in a podcast in 2020, you said, and I quote, "You would do anything, pay anything to go back in time and not vaccinate your kids." Mr. Kennedy, all of these things cannot be true. So, are you lying to Congress today when you say you are pro-vaccine? Or did you lie on all those podcasts? We have all of this on tape, by the way.
Yeah, Senator, as you know, because it's been repeatedly debunked, that statement that I made on the Lex Friedman podcast was a fragment of the statement. He asked
30
me, and anybody who
Democrat
actually
trips.
goes and looks at that podcast and will see this. He asked me, are there vaccines that are safe and effective? And I said to him, some of the live virus vaccines are. And I said, there are no vaccines that are safe and effective. And I was going to continue for every person. Every medicine has people who are sensitive to them, including vaccines.
Right. So
He interrupted me at that point. I've corrected it many times, including on national TV. You know about this, Senator Wyden. So bringing this up right now is dishonest.
let's be
Yeah.
clear
Left
about what you've actually done then, since you want to deny your statements. For example, you have a history of trying to take vaccines away from people. In May of 2021, you petitioned the Food and Drug Administration to not only block Americans from having access to the COVID vaccine, but to prevent any future access to the life-saving
COVID didn't have a
Are you
vaccine.
denying that? Your name is on
Not
the
by
petition.
traditional- Not
We
by
brought that
traditional definition.
petition after CDC recommended the COVID vaccine without any scientific basis for 6-year-old children. Most experts agree today, even the people who did it back then, that COVID vaccines are inappropriate for 6-year-old children who basically have a zero risk from COVID. That's why I brought that lawsuit. I want to emphasize
Mr. Kennedy, the
I don't-
facts.
The committee will be in order. And to the audience,
Senator, I'm not against
if you'll hold
vaccine.
off for a second, Mr. Kennedy, to the audience. Comments from the audience are inappropriate and out of order. And if there are any further disruptions, the committee will recess until the police can restore order. Please follow the rules of the committee. Mr. Kennedy, you may proceed.
I also want to point out that your recitation of what happened in Samoa is absolutely wrong, and you know it's wrong, and you know it's
We'll
wrong.
get to that in a moment. Right now, we're talking about the petition that you filed to block Americans from having access to the vaccine and to prevent any future access to the vaccine.
Just this
Those
broad
facts are
language
on
you're
the record.
using.
My third
What a
question to you is,
cuck.
you made almost $5 million from book deals, mostly promoting junk science. In 2021, in a book called The Measles Book, you wrote that parents had been, quote, misled into believing that measles is a deadly disease and that measles vaccines are necessary, safe, and effective. The reality is measles are in fact deadly and highly contagious, something that you should have learned after your lies contributed to the deaths of 83 people, most of them children, in a measles outbreak in Samoa. So my question here is, Mr. Kennedy, is measles deadly,
Why?
yes or no?
The death rate from measles historically in this country in 1963, the year before the introduction of the vaccine, was 1 in 10,000. Let me explain what happened in Samoa. In Samoa in 2017 or 2015, there were 2 kids who died following the MMR vaccine. And the vaccination rates in Samoa dropped precipitously from about 63% to the mid-30s, so they've never been very high. And in 2018, 2 more kids died following the MMR vaccine, and the government of Samoa banned the MMR vaccine. I arrived a year later when vaccination rates were already below any previous level. I went there, nothing to do with vaccines. I went there to introduce a medical informatics system that would digitalize records in Samoa and make health delivery much more efficient. I never gave any public statement about vaccines. You cannot find a single Samoan who will say, I didn't get a vaccine because of Bobby Kennedy. I went in June of 2019. The measles outbreak started in August. Oh, clearly I had nothing to do with the measles.
Wyden.
Not only that,
Mr. Kennedy,
Senator, not only that, if you let me finish,
you
Senator,
have had some time.
if
and
you
I'm
let me
gonna
finish,
respond.
Senator, if you let me finish, there are 83 people died. When the tissue samples were sent to New Zealand, most of those people did not have measles. We don't know what was killing them. The same outbreak occurred in Tonga and Fiji, and no extra people died. There were 7 measles outbreaks in the 13 years prior to my
Chairman, I just
arrival.
would like to get my time back. The nominee wrote a book saying that people had been misled into believing that measles is a deadly disease. He's trying now to play down his role in Samoa. That's not what the parents say. That's not what Governor Green says. It's time to make sure that we blow the whistle on actually what your views are. At
lying,
least we're starting.
lying,
We need to move on.
Senator, I support the measles vaccine. I support the polio vaccine. I will do nothing as HHS secretary that makes it difficult or discourages people from taking either of those
Anybody
vaccines.
who believes that ought to look at the measles book you wrote saying parents have been misled into believing that measles is a deadly disease. That's not true.
We need to move on. Senator Grassley.
Welcome. I'm going to do like I did in my office. I'm just going to make some
Kennedy
points
got
to
the win
you.
there.
I got about 7 I want to quickly get done. And then at the end, I'm going to ask if you disagree with anything I say and then address those things you disagree with. I'll make sure I save time for you to do that. A key responsibility of each member of Congress is oversight. Oversight allows us to hold bureaucrats accountable to the rule of law, and it helps keep faith with taxpayers. I expect HHS to provide timely and complete responses to congressional oversight. Number 2, PBMs, something you and I discussed in our office. I've been working to hold pharmacy benefit managers accountable in order to lower prescription drug prices. I expect you to work with us to hold PBMs accountable, and that may even ask in your support for legislation that's before the Congress. Drug pricing. Senator Durbin and I have for a while been trying to get a bill passed that requires price disclosures on TV ads for prescription drugs. Knowing what something costs before buying it is just common sense. President Trump tried to do this by regulation in his first term. Vice President Vance co-sponsored our bill last Congress. I ask you to support this bill, or if you can do it by regulation, to do it by regulation. On rural health care, the previous administration dragged its feet in opening up slots for rural community hospital demonstration programs. It also ignored concerns from rural pharmacies when implementing changes to Medicare Part D, and ignored rural needs when it comes to distributing physician residency slots. I expect you to prioritize rural Americans' healthcare needs. On agriculture, in our meeting earlier this month, we talked at length about agriculture. You prefaced the conversation by saying you will not have jurisdiction over these issues. I expect you to leave agricultural practice regulations to the proper agencies, and for the most part, that's USDA and EPA. On dietary guidelines, I've sent letters to the secretaries of agriculture at HHS requesting that they provide information regarding conflicts of interest on the Dietary Guideline Advisory Committee to increase transparency. I expect you to provide Congress with confidential financial disclosures from the advisory committee before finalizing dietary guidelines, so we know that nobody has a vested interest in it, is having undue influence. Lastly, HHS, Office of Refugee Resettlement Oversight. Last year, I expanded my investigation into HHS's Office of Refugee Resettlement. I wrote 24 contractors and grantees whose job it is to place unaccompanied children with sponsors In many cases, children have been placed with improper vetted sponsors, placing them at risk of trafficking. The Biden administration's HHS directed these taxpayer-funded contractors and grantees to not respond to my inquiry. This is obstruction by the executive branch. I expect you to produce to me the records and data I've requested and instruct HHS contractors to fully cooperate with my investigation. I also expect HHS to not retaliate against any whistleblowers, including those who identify ORR's failures in vetting sponsors on the company. You got 45 seconds to respond if you want to.
I agree with all of those provisions, Senator. My approach to administration HHS will be radical transparency. If members of this committee or other members of Congress want information, the doors are open. I've spent many years litigating against NIH and its sub-agencies. It's HHS and its sub-agencies, NIH, CDC, FDA, on FOIA issues, trying to get information that we, the taxpayers, paid for, and oftentimes getting back redacted copies after a year or 2 years of litigation. That should not be the case. And if Congress asks me for information, you will get it immediately.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Cantwell is next, but until she returns, I will move on to down the list, and that would be Senator Cornyn.
Mr. Kennedy, welcome to you and your family, and congratulations. I appreciate Senator Grassley raising the issue of the Office of Refugee Resettlement within the auspices of Health and Human Services. I think this may surprise people, but that's actually the responsibility of HHS, the Office of Resettlement Relocation. Under the previous administration, as Senator Grassley alluded, there were roughly 500,000 children, unaccompanied minors, that were placed with sponsors in the interior of the United States. The previous administration took the position that it was not the federal government's responsibility once these children were placed with these sponsors. But the New York Times and a series of investigative stories pointed out that tens of thousands of these children, when they tried to follow up and find out how they were doing, whether they were going to school, whether they were being trafficked or abused, there was no answer. And they took the position it was not their responsibility. So I look forward to working with you to find those children and to make sure that they're not being abused. Millions of Americans are experiencing mild to moderate mental health and substance abuse issues, yet many struggle with timely and effective access. Primary care physicians are most likely to be seeing these individuals as opposed to a specialist, and it makes it important that these individuals, primary care physicians, be trained in patient-centered care, which would strengthen the integration of behavioral health care with primary care services. Is this something that you are concerned about, something you'd be willing to work with us on in order to implement?
Yes, Senator. And let me just reassure you that President Trump has personally spoken to me about locating those 300,000 children who disappeared over the last 4 years.
I don't think anybody has a fully accurate number, but it's hundreds of thousands, I agree.
And many of them we know have been sex trafficked and childhood slavery. And it is a blight on America's moral authority, and we need to find those kids. In terms of addiction services and substance abuse services, this is a priority for me. It was a priority for me when I was running for president during my campaign. I was a heroin addict for 14 years. I've been 42 years in recovery. I go to 12-step meetings every day, so I hear the stories every day. And I hear the many stories about denial of, or the barriers to access to care. And we need to improve that. And to answer specifically to your question, I think we can do that through GME, which is a program that is funded by HHS, that is the largest funder for medical school students. And that's one of the things for primary care physicians should understand addiction care. Addicts almost always go through a cycle where there is a moment where they hit periodic bottoms where they're ready to go into treatment, but it's fleeting and it's momentary. And we have that opportunity to save their lives. And then if we miss that little short window, they're off to the races again.
I appreciate your answer. Our time is short. Let me get to one more question that I think is very important. Under the first Trump administration, the number of people receiving HIV treatment in Africa through the President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief, otherwise known as PEPFAR, it increased, this is during the first Trump administration, from 13 million people to 18 million people across 50 countries, primarily in Africa. Africa has about 1.3 billion people today, or in 2021. It's projected to have 2.5 billion people by 2050, or 25% of the global population. In 2020, PEPFAR reported that 2.8 million babies were born without HIV. That was something that would not have happened but for the PEPFAR program. So it has simply been one of the most successful public health programs in the world and saved approximately 26 million lives. Failure to continue this program, in my view, would risk ceding that leadership to adversaries like China. And I'd like to know whether you support the objectives and goals of PEPFAR, and would you work with me and my colleagues to make sure that this program continues to provide life-saving antiviral drugs to people who are most in need?
I absolutely support PEPFAR, and I will happily work with you to strengthen the program.
Thank you. Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy, for being here this morning. And I think that, Mr. Chairman, we are truly through the looking glass this morning here in the U.S. Senate, and this committee is being asked to fulfill a really important responsibility, which is to decide whether to confirm Mr. Kennedy to one of the most important healthcare jobs in America. And the reason I think it's so important is for many of the reasons you said in your opening statement, which is that we live in the richest country in the world, and we have some of the worst health outcomes of any industrialized country in the world. We live in the richest country in the world, and we have some of the lowest life expectancy rates of anybody in the industrialized world. I was a school superintendent before I was in this job, Mr. Chairman, and I can tell you that Mr. Kennedy's right, that when I look at the kids in the Denver public schools, if we don't change the way we eat in this country, 40% of them are going to suffer adult diabetes as a result of their diet. And we're, as I said, spending more than any other country in the world, and our families, every single person's constituents in this Senate are facing chronic shortages when it comes to health care. My friend from Texas, Senator Cornyn, has been a champion on mental health care. We have an epidemic, as he knows, across this country in mental health care, partly because of what the massive social media platforms that were sitting behind the President of the United States have inflicted on our children for their profit in the last decade or so. So we have no shortage of challenges to confront, and I even agree with some of the diagnosis of Mr. Kennedy. What is so disturbing to me is that out of 330 million Americans, we're being asked to put somebody in this job who has spent 50 years of his life not honoring the tradition that he talked about at the beginning of this conversation, but peddling in half-truths, peddling in false statements, peddling in theories that, create doubt about whether or not things that we know are safe are unsafe. Not that every vaccine in America is unsafe, not that you can't possibly have an adverse reaction, but that parents and children in my old school district and school districts all over this country would be better off not getting vaccinated than getting vaccinated. Unlike his own children who were vaccinated, unlike the people he invited to his house in Los Angeles for their party who were vaccinated. For everybody else, it's about peddling these half-truths. And he says it with such conviction that you want to believe him. And Mr. Kennedy, I just have there are many, many things in the record, but I hope that you could answer these questions, yes or no. I've tried to ask these in a manner that's faithful to what you actually said, because I didn't want to have a debate about whether you actually said them. So I'm asking you, yes or no, Mr. Kennedy. Did you say that COVID-19 was a genetically engineered bioweapon that targets black and white people, but spared Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese people?
I didn't say it was deliberately targeted. I just quoted an NIH-funded and NIH published study.
Did you say that it targets black and white people but spared Ashkenazi Jews?
I quoted a
Chinese?
study, Your
Okay.
Honor. I quoted
So
an NIH study that showed
I'll
that
take that as a
certain
yes.
races
I have
are
to move on, Mr.
disproportionately.
I have to move on. Did you say that Lyme disease is highly likely a materially engineered bioweapon? I made sure I put in the highly likely. Did you say Lyme disease is a highly likely militarily engineered bioweapon?
I probably did say that.
Did you say that?
And that's what the developer of
I
Lyme
want all
disease
of our
said.
colleagues to hear it, Mr. Kennedy. I want them to hear it. You said yes. Did you say that exposure to pesticides causes children to become transgender?
No, I never said that.
Okay, I have the record that I'll give to the chairman, and he can make his judgment about what you said. Did you write in your book, and it's undeniable, that African AIDS is an entirely different disease from Western AIDS? Yes or no, Mr. Kennedy?
I'm not sure if I made that.
Okay, I'll give it to the chairman, Mr. Kennedy. And my final question, did you say on a podcast, and I quote, "I wouldn't leave abortion to the states. My belief is we should leave it to the woman. We shouldn't have the government involved, even if it's full term." Did you say that, Mr. Kennedy?
Senator, I believe that every abortion is a tragedy.
Did you say it, Mr. Kennedy?
I
This
believe-
matters. It doesn't matter what you come here and say that isn't true, that's not reflective of what you really believe, that you haven't said over decade after decade after decade, because unlike other jobs we're confirming around this place, this is a job where it is life and death for the kids that I used to work for in the Denver public schools, and for families all over this country that are suffering from living in the richest country of the world that can't deliver basic health care and basic mental
Acting
health
like you
care to
care,
them.
dude.
It's too important for the games that
you're
you're
full of
playing,
shit.
Mr. Kennedy. And I hope my colleagues will say to the president, I have no influence over him. I hope my colleagues will say to the president, out of 330 million Americans, we can do better than this.
Thank you. We need to move on.
He didn't get a
Senator
chance to
Cassidy.
answer. What a cuck.
Mr. Kennedy, President Trump has sworn to protect Medicare. Republicans are exploring reforms to Medicaid that could help pay for Trump administration priorities. With this context, what will you do about dual eligibles?
About,
Dual eligibles.
well, dual eligibles are not right now served very well under the system. Those are people who are eligible for both Medicaid and Medicare. I suppose my answer to that is to make sure that the programs are consolidated, that they're integrated, and the care is integrated. I look forward to working with you, Dr. Cassidy, on making sure that we take good care of people who are
Thank you.
dual eligible.
And how do you propose that we integrate those programs? Does Medicare pay more, Medicare pay less, Medicaid pay more, Medicaid pay less? How do we do that?
Well, I'm not exactly sure because I'm not in there. I mean, it is difficult to integrate them because Medicare is under fee for service. It's paid for by employer taxes. Medicaid is fully paid for by the federal government, and it's not fee for service. So I do not know the answer to that. I look forward to exploring options with you.
Republicans, again, are looking at ways to potentially reform Medicaid to help, pay for President Trump's priorities, but to improve outcomes. What thoughts do you have regarding Medicaid reform?
Well, Medicaid is not working for Americans, and it's specifically not working for the target population. Most Americans, like myself, I'm on Medicare Advantage, and I'm very happy with it. Most people who are on Medicaid are not happy. The premiums are too high. The deductibles are too high. The networks are narrow. The best doctors will not accept it. The best hospitals. And particularly,
Memento.
Medicaid was originally designed for a target population, the poorest Americans. It's now been dramatically expanded. And the irony of the expansion is that the poorest Americans are now being robbed. Their services have dramatically decreased, even though we've increased the price of Medicare by 60% over the last 4 years. The target population is being robbed.
With that
figure
said,
out other options.
Obviously, you've thought about that, and I appreciate that. What reforms do you recommend, again, that would improve services, I suppose, but also make it more cost efficient?
Well, President Trump has given me the charge of improving quality of care and lowering the price of care for all Americans. There are many things that we can do. What we want to, the ultimate outcome, I think, is to increase transparency, to increase accountability, and to transition to a value-based system rather than a fee-based system.
So
rather than a service-based
on
system.
Medicaid in particular, can you just kind of take those kind of general principles and apply it to the Medicaid program?
Listen, I think that there are many options with telemedicine, with AI right now. And, there's including direct primary care systems. We're seeing that movement grow across the country. There's one of the largest providers.
So going back to Medicaid though, and speaking of these specific advances, what reforms are you proposing with these ideas vis-a-vis Medicaid?
Well, I don't have a broad proposal for dismantling the program.
Of course not saying that.
I think what we need to do is we need to experiment with pilot programs in each state. We need to keep our eye on the ultimate goal, which is value-based care, which is transparency, accountability, access.
And one more thing, going back to Medicare, you mentioned you're an MA. You mentioned earlier the Medicare fee for service. Do you have any kind of thoughts as to whether or not patients on fee for service should move into MA, or how should we handle that?
Whether patients
who are on Medicare fee for
and
service.
traditional Medicare,
Yes.
that's their choice right now. We have, I think, 32 million Americans or 30 million Americans on Medicare, on traditional Medicare, and then another 34 or 34 on Medicare Advantage, roughly half and half. And I think more people would rather be on Medicare Advantage because it offers very good services, but people can't afford it. It's much more expensive. Oh, in answer to your first question, there are all kinds of exciting things that we can be doing, including cooperatives, which President Trump has supported, including health savings accounts, which President Trump has supported. But all of these things to make people more accountable for their own health.
And so we'd bring the cooperatives and the health savings accounts into Medicare and Medicaid?
Exactly. We try to increase those, the use of those, and to direct primary care to continue to transition into a value-based program that is That is private. Americans don't, by and large, do not like the Affordable Care Act. People are on it. They don't like Medicaid. They like Medicare. And they like private insurance. We need to listen to what people, they would prefer to be on private insurance. Most Americans, if they can afford to be, will be on private insurance. We need to figure out ways to improve care, particularly for elderly, for veterans, for the poor in this country. And Medicaid, the current model is not doing that. I would ask, any of the Democrats who are chuckling just now, do you think all that money, the $900 billion that we're sending to Medicaid every year, has made Americans healthy? Do we think it's working for anybody? Are the premiums low enough?
We do need to move on. Senator Warner.
Oh,
Well, I got to tell you, for literally hundreds of thousands of Virginians,
okay. On the same one.
Medicaid is what prevents them from health crises on a daily and weekly basis. And some imaginary new plan, and if there was a new plan that was to be the basis of what Trump was going to do when repealing Obamacare, I would have thought by now we'd have seen it. I got to tell you, listen,
Senator, can I reply to
excuse
that?
me, Senator, Mr. Kennedy, I got questions. I
Then
appreciate our
ask 'em.
visit. I know you take your views seriously, and I don't reflexively vote. I voted for 4 of President Trump's nominees already. Got a lot of grief from folks on this panel. But I got to tell you, I saw an email that you put out Monday night, or your campaign did, in a fundraising email. Your presidential campaign celebrated that the freeze on all new regulations, guidance, and announcements is a way to protect unelected bureaucrats from further undermining our health freedom. Then you
Truth.
ask
Facts.
your donors to help pay
Facts.
for your campaign debt. Did your campaign, and you put out that?
I don't think my campaign exists anymore.
All right, well,
Senator.
listen, I got to tell you this. Somebody's out there soliciting money for it. Maybe you ought to find out who is. So the fact that you celebrate this freeze.
The freeze. Why can't he
you think that
celebrate
was
what
a
the
good
president
idea
does?
to put all of this on hold for 90 days?
Yeah.
Funding and
Yeah.
any kind of further work?
Yeah.
NIH
Dumbass.
research.
Yeah, it
As,
is.
as
Why don't you
Chairman
think it's a good idea?
Crapo pointed
What do
out,
you, I'm not asking for, I love Mike Crapo. I'm asking you. You're up very, very important position.
as he pointed out, Senator,
All right,
the
let me just-
portals that were closed were not closed as a result of the Trump
Let me just tell you.
administration's
Yeah.
I'd like you to
fucking
explain,
liar.
excuse me, sir, I'd like you to explain to a
Excuse
domestic
me.
violence
Explain
center
why
in
you're
Richmond
lying.
that's saying because this freeze, they may have to close down
That's
where those
bullshit.
battered women to go. Or
That's
a rural
bullshit.
nonprofit I've got in the Shenandoah
You are
Valley
such a
saying that
manipulator.
freeze
You are an emotional
is going
manipulator.
to
You're lying.
potentially shut down their ability to operate. So
You're
I don't-
lying.
I guess if you deny
You're
or
lying.
don't know what your campaign's
You're
sending out,
corrupt.
you don't know if you raised a lot of money Monday night with an email.
I'm
You're
saying that
corrupt.
the Trump
You don't know
administration
if
has-
you raised a lot of money.
the Trump administration has made clear
What a cuck.
that it does not want to freeze benefits
All right,
for
excuse me.
any Americans
I-
under Medicaid or Medicare, and I do not want
There,
to
there
dismantle
are, the
Medicaid.
freeze is
Neither-
affecting beyond Medicare.
You're
Social
full of
Security.
shit. You're full of shit.
I would hope you would have
False
known that
Dilemma.
to be able
false
to answer some of
crisis.
this. Now, you've said publicly, you want to immediately get rid of 600 NIH workers on job one, on
Yep.
day one.
Cut the
When we
waste.
had our meeting, you said
Cut
you'd
the
actually
waste.
like to
Cut
get
the
rid of
waste.
2,200 people
Cut the
from
fat.
HHS.
Yep.
Which offices are you going to start cutting and riffing these 2,200 workers from?
What's being
Senator,
cut and
there's
ripped to you?
200 political appointees that are changed during every administration.
So if you got rid of those 200 political
Yep.
appointees, you're not going to replace them with your political appointees.
Well, President Biden this year
Why not?
changed 3,000 employees
Yeah.
at
Don't,
HHS.
just say why not. That's what everybody knows.
3,750
So
at
your
NIH.
2,200, what departments are you going to pick them from?
Well, the same as President Biden did when he changed 3,000 out. They're
Let me-
from
let me
all
just-
across all
I'm down to a
departments.
minute 30. The chairman's been generous
Yep.
with colleagues on both sides and may have to go a couple minutes over. But let me just
Nah.
say, so let's just answer,
Time's up.
this would be, this, I hope, since you're asking to become the top healthcare official in the United States in terms of
Hell yeah.
HHS.
Do it.
Huge
Amen.
ramifications. And part of this job is to be the senior advisor to the president on health issues.
Can't believe
So-
people like him get elected.
When we're looking at this purge and we're looking at laying off workers, when
Freaking
we're looking
liar.
at potentially the president's illegal offer to try to buy out federal employees, which I would say to any federal employees, think twice. Has this individual in his business world ever fulfilled his contracts or obligations to any workers in the past? But if you are in this position, will you pledge that you will not fire federal employees who work on food safety, work on trying to preventing things like salmonella?
Senator, there are 91,000 employees.
So that I take that as that's a simple yes, and I'm going to take that as a no.
Run that
I take that as a no.
agency.
Will you actually? We talked about protecting Americans from cyber criminals, something we need to do a lot more on. Will you commit not to fire anyone in
No.
the health?
I'm not going to commit
arena
anything to
who
you.
currently works
You're
on
not
protecting
commander in
Americans
chief. You're not
from
the
cyber
president.
attacks in their healthcare files?
I will commit
Talking about.
to not firing anybody who's doing their job.
Yeah. Strong
Based
answer.
on your opinion,
Strong
based
answer.
upon your opinion, or your political agenda, or Mr. Trump's political agenda?
Based upon my opinion.
I guess that means a lot of the folks who've had any type of views on vaccines will be out of work.
Oh yeah, there
Will
you go. You
freeze
smart ass
grant
little
funding
punk.
for community health centers?
That's the kind of guy guys ass kicked a
Will
lot
you
growing up.
freeze federal funds for community health centers the way the current administration has done?
The White House has made clear that no funds are going to be denied to any American for
That's right,
benefits
lady.
in any
Do
program.
you know what happens at community health centers? Those are direct.
Are you talking about the Indian health centers?
No, I'm talking about community health centers across the country.
Oh, they're not part of the
understand that.
community?
I mean, I strongly
So you're going to
support-
excuse Indian health centers, which is good, but others are not. They're going to get their funds frozen.
I strongly support community health centers, as does the president. He
So does
does
that
not
mean you're
want-
not going to freeze the funding that is currently frozen?
The
He
White
doesn't have-
House
what?
has
How
made
did-
it
he
clear
doesn't have
that
a-
none of that funding is supposed to be frozen.
Sir, the direct payments are different than how the government operates. We fund the federal government down to community health centers. As a former governor, there's lots and lots of state programs that are related to healthcare that come from the federal government. They come down to the state, then it goes to local programs. All of those don't directly pay out $1 at a time, but they come from federal funding. They are all, even though they
We're
keep
gonna be
changing the
just
guidance
fine,
on
Mr.
a
Warner. Go
minute-by-minute
back to your
basis, based upon 9:45 or
paid
10:30 or 10:45, whatever
lifestyle.
time it is today, those funds are still frozen. Sir,
Nobody just
I
fine.
just honestly,
You are
I
an
want to give you a
idiot.
fair shot, but
No, you don't. You're an idiot.
I don't
You're a
feel like
liar.
I don't feel like
Liar.
you approach this job with the knowledge and candidly, your willingness
You're a liar.
not to commit, try to recommend to the president to make sure these funds are unfrozen and that people's lives are at stake is a very disappointing answer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
What are you talking about, dude? The
Senator
president does what
Langford.
the president wants to do.
Chairman, thank you. Mr. Kennedy, it's good to
Secretary of
see you
Health and
again.
Human
We had some
Services
great
doesn't
visits in my
dictate
office.
what
We've done some follow-up
funds
calls to
are
be able to go
frozen.
through. You and I have talked about 100 different issues and backgrounds and things. You've been able to address a lot of them today and just different questions to be able to clear up social media rumors and the things that are out there on it. So I do appreciate that. We've talked about pharmacy benefit managers. We've talked about the nursing home rule the Biden administration put down. We talked about your views on agriculture and commercial and row crop agriculture. We've talked about food issues, and you made it very, very clear. You're not going to tell Americans what to eat, but you do want Americans to know what they're eating. And I think that's a pretty fair perspective.
If
on
they
that.
did, they probably wouldn't need it.
I do want to talk to you about some areas that you and I have talked about as well. We have some disagreements, you and I, on the issue of life and when life begins on that. You've been very outspoken on that, and we've had some good opportunities to be able to talk about that. Title 10 is specifically in the HHS area. This has been an area that has been interpreted for a long time, and President Trump in the first administration interpreted that rule to say that his administration will prohibit the performance, referral for, or promotion of abortion as a part of the Title 10 program. That he made that very clear in the first administration. Obviously, that's his decision to make again on that, on how he wants to handle that, and he's made a lot of public statements on that. The Biden administration not only reversed that, not only rescinded that rule, but they went one step the other direction. In my state in Oklahoma, as you and I have talked about, the Biden administration cut off funding to the state of Oklahoma for AIDS testing, for breast cancer screening, and for other areas of poverty healthcare because my state didn't promote abortion. It wouldn't provide. If my state wouldn't promote abortion in the state, we got cut off for federal funds
But
for
the Section
AIDS
8
testing
got
and for
cut
other
off.
things. My simple question to you is, How are you going to handle Title 10 on that? I saw how President Biden handled that in the punitive measures that came on my state for those that are in rural healthcare. How are you going to handle Title 10?
I'm going to support President Trump's policies on Title 10. I agree with President Trump that every abortion is a tragedy. I agree with him that we cannot be a moral nation if we have 1.2 million abortions a year. I agree with him that the states should control abortion. President Trump has told me that he wants to end late-term abortions, and he wants to protect conscious exemptions, and that he wants to end federal funding for abortions here or abroad. That's Title 10. I serve at the pleasure of the president. I'm going to
That's right.
implement his policies.
Thank
That's
you for
right.
that. President Biden, when he came in, immediately closed down the Office of Civil Rights and Conscience Protections within HHS. There's a statement that's come out recently that he's going to reopen that office again to be able to protect the civil rights of Americans. One of the things that Javier Becerra did immediately when he came into HHS was conscience protections for medical professionals that were being compelled against their conscience to perform medical procedures that violated their conscience. Javier Becerra stepped in immediately into HHS and withdrew that and said, no, the federal government will tell you what you believe about these issues. You don't have conscience protections anymore, and refuse to protect those folks. Will you step in and say that healthcare individuals have the right of conscience again, as the federal law allows?
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
the first thing that occurs to me when you ask that question is what patient would want somebody doing a surgery on them that, believes that the surgery is against their conscience being forced to perform that? I don't know anybody who would want to have a doctor performing a surgery that the doctor is morally opposed to. Listen, I came from a family that was split on life and choice. I have cousins today who believe that abortion at any stage is equivalent to homicide. Now, there are other people who believe the opposite. But the good thing in my family that I really loved is that we were able to have those conversations and respect each other. And I wish that we could do that nationally. And if forcing somebody to participate in a medical procedure as a provider that they believe is murder does not make any sense to me. We need to welcome diversity in this country. We need to respect diversity, and we need to respect each other when we have different opinions, and not force our opinions on other people.
Yeah, thank you for that. The FDA, under the Biden administration, changed the rules for the chemical abortion drug and said you no longer need to see a physician. So if you have an ectopic pregnancy or all kinds of, don't even go anymore to see a physician. But they also changed an area that has been something that's been very particular. You've talked about a lot, and that's transparency.
Which is what really happened
They
in
changed
Georgia
the
with that
position
girl.
and said, don't tell us if there's a side effect on this drug unless she dies. But other than that, don't tell us anymore. Literally, don't give transparent information to the American people or to the women who take this drug anymore. We don't want that reported. My question to you is, will FDA move to be able to actually give transparency to the American people and to say, this drug is no different than any other drug. We're not going to protect it just because it's political for some folks. People should know side effects on this drug, and there should be reporting.
Yeah, I mean, it's against everything we believe in this country that patients or doctors should not be reporting adverse events. We need to know what adverse events are. We need to understand the safety of every drug, mifepristone and every other drug. And President Trump has made it clear to me that one of the things, he is not taking a position yet on mifepristone, a detailed position, but he's made it clear to me that he wants me to look at safety issues. And I'll ask NIH and FDA to do that.
Thank you.
Senator Whitehouse.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Kennedy, I only have 5 minutes with you, and I've got a lot of experience with CMS, so you're just going to have to listen. Two things. One, if you want to move from advocacy to public responsibility, Americans are going to need to hear a clear and trustworthy recantation of what you have said on
CMS, that must
vaccinations,
be
including a promise
cock mouth
from you
syndrome.
never
That
to
must be
say
what it is.
vaccines aren't medically safe when they in fact are, and
That's bullshit.
making indisputably clear that you support mandatory vaccinations against
Ooh.
diseases where
Go
that
fuck
will
yourself.
keep people safe.
Go fuck yourself.
You're in that hole pretty deep.
Good. That's why we like
just had a
them.
measles case in Rhode Island, the first
my
since
goodness.
2013.
Oh, think it's
And
from the illegal
frankly,
aliens who let
frighten
in there?
people.
You think it's from them?
2, I want to air harms that Rhode Island has experienced from a remorseless, senseless
There was a time in America where
CMS
everybody got the
bureaucracy.
measles. It wasn't a big deal.
CMS has for years
Just like chickenpox, it wasn't a
maintained
big
a
deal.
reimbursement system that the bureaucracy could never explain, never justify, that persistently pays
guy's
Rhode
a
Island
cuck.
providers less than neighboring Massachusetts and Connecticut providers.
Boo-hoo.
A differential of 23 and 26% in our regional healthcare market. The Pending
Oh.
Ahead program
But your
can
Obamacare
begin
market?
to remedy
Sorry,
this, at
Obamacare
least for
sucks.
value-based care, and it must. There has to be payment parity in the region. Rhode Island's healthcare system is bleeding out because we aren't paid what neighboring hospitals and doctors are paid. And the one act CMS took on this years ago was to make it worse.
Well, that years ago,
The
that was the
CMS
Biden
bureaucracy has
administration, dude.
also attacked
Your
one of the
team.
best accountable care organizations in the country, Rhode Island's Integra Family Doctors. Tried to throw them off the shared savings program because they said Integra years ago briefly fell 137 patients short of the 5,000 patients that ACOs need.
Mm.
CMS wouldn't listen until a court found that to be unjustified, likely illegal, irreparable harm to this high-performing ACO and its patients, and contrary to the public interest. That must stop. Last, CMS has refused to approve waivers granted elsewhere for Rhode Island from rules that are stupid for Medicare patients who are nearing the end of their days. Here's what families see. Granny is home dying. She needs to transfer to a nursing home, and Medicare insists on putting her 3 days and 2 nights in a hospital. Expensive, frightening to Granny and the family, and stupid. Granny's home dying and can't get palliative and curative care together. Inhumane and stupid. Granny's home dying and can't get home care.
These are all policies from your
If
part.
she can still get
Why are
out
you
into the
fucking him
yard
about it? He'll fix it. Just
or be driven to see the shore,
back
to
off
see
and vote for
Narragansett
him.
Beach, say, one more time, to recall childhood memories before she dies. Inhumane and stupid. Granny's home dying and the family's exhausted. And the respite care benefit is not to send a nurse or a caregiver, but to stuff Granny in an ambulance and haul her off to a hospital. Some respite. It's all expensive, frightening, inhumane, and stupid. But the insensate CMS bureaucracy takes a court order to be awakened to the harm they cause. I have had enough. CMS should let Rhode Island try humane end-of-life care through CMMI. Let's see if it works at a state. I bet it will save money, serve families better at a very, very delicate time, and perhaps even make a model for better health care everywhere. I've said a lot. My time is out. You're welcome to respond in writing. I ask unanimous consent that the order declaring CMS's actions to constitute irreparable and illegal harm be put into the record.
Without objection.
Let me just respond very briefly, Senator Whitehouse. I'm an implacable enemy of tyrannical, insensate bureaucracies and stupid rules. And I will work with you to make CMS responsive to the needs of Rhode Island and to remedy those disparities that you talk about. I am familiar with the Integra Health plan, and it is the template for what we ought to be doing is a value-based plan. And I look forward to you to making sure that we create pilot programs like this that can be
Unfortunately,
then
Mr. Chairman,
reproduced around the country.
unfortunately, Mr. Chairman, one of the things I've learned in my tenure in the Senate is that a nominee saying that they're willing to work with me amounts to exactly zero. We need to get this fixed. Thank you.
Well, I guess at that point, then we will move on to Senator Daines.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Kennedy, I'm glad to see you here this morning. I listened to your opening remarks, and you mentioned that you want to make HHS the gold standard of science. I have found my engagements with you, both behind closed doors in my office, as well as listening to you publicly, to be very thoughtful and science-based. I applaud that. I thank you for that. And I realize this will likely be a very partisan vote on this committee and on the Senate floor. But let the record state there are 3 medical doctors on this side of the dais. I'm a chemical engineer. We believe in science. I'm thankful that you do too, and you made that comment in your opening remarks. I want to talk about agriculture for a moment. We talked about our common love for Montana. You've been to Montana many times. It's a wonderful state. A lot of folks have discovered it. They watch the show Yellowstone, and people are coming and moving into our state, but it's an amazing place. But as you know, agriculture is our top economic driver in Montana. We produce some of the highest quality crops, the best livestock in the country and the world. Our farmers and our ranchers are truly some of the most effective environmental stewards in ensuring we have a safe food supply chain in the world. I share your view that protecting the integrity and safety of our food supply is of utmost importance. I appreciate the research happening in places like Montana State University to help farmers produce resilient, healthy, and safe crops, as well as their agricultural practices. You mentioned you were a 4-H kid growing up. I think our 4-H kids and our FFA kids are some of the best kids in America. My question for you, Mr. Kennedy, is if confirmed, as I'm listening to my farmers and ranchers talk about the future, will you commit to working collaboratively with partners at USDA, at the relevant federal agencies, as well as our Montana farmers and ranchers before implementing any policy that might affect or impact food supply?
Absolutely will make that commitment. I have, as I shared with you, a personal commitment and a long career working with farmers. I want to make sure I understand the very, very narrow margins, the slim margins that American farmers and ranchers are dealing with. And I don't want under my watch a single farmer to have to leave his farm for economic reasons or for regulatory or bureaucratic reasons while I serve, if I'm privileged to serve, to be confirmed as HHS Secretary. Even more important, President Trump has a very, very strong commitment to farmers. President Trump is probably historically in modern history the best farm president in our history. Farm income spiked for the first time in decades under his last administration. He got solid support from farmers across the country. Farm country is Trump country. Farmers across the country supported him during this election. He has specifically instructed me that he wants farmers involved in every policy and that he wants me to work with Brooke Rollins at USDA to make sure that we preserve American farmers, that all of our policies support them.
Mr. Kennedy, thank you. And if confirmed, I look forward to having you and Brooke Rollins out to Montana spend
We'll
some
get 'em.
time with
You
our
have
farm-
my commitment to come there anytime, particularly during ski season or hunting season.
Deal. Want to shift gears for a moment. As we discussed in the meeting we had in my office, mifepristone was approved in 2000. The FDA has been under scrutiny and brought to court for failure to properly assess this drug, as well as subsequent deregulations Senator Langford described that have occurred over the past 25 years. Some of these deregulations included ending the requirement that these drugs be prescribed by a doctor, ending reporting requirements for adverse events, and allowing these pills to be obtained through the mail. In fact, the FDA's own prescribing label mentioned that 3 to 5% of women taking this drug end up in the emergency room. My question is, if confirmed as Secretary of HHS, will you commit to working with the FDA Commission to review these deregulatory actions that are threatening the safety of women?
Sorry, Senator. As I said to
Hey guys, 1 second, he's coming. All right, I'm out. You're here?
Until Medicaid expansion was enacted, who couldn't get health care and therefore couldn't work because they were too sick, got health care through Medicaid expansion, then went back to work, and now they're on private insurance. So those are some facts about Medicaid that you might want to brush up on. Now, I'm also extremely concerned about your endorsement of radical fringe conspiracies that, if implemented at HHS, would put American families' lives at risk. Vaccines are one of our greatest public health triumphs. And you don't need
A lot of
I'm
big
not
pharma
talking
cucks
about
here today.
abstract medical science. One of the people who helped raise me was my grandfather, who was
Again,
a pediatrician. He
it's the
practiced medicine in
engineering
this
and the
country from
schedule
1921
people are
until the
concerned
mid-1980s.
with,
And I
not
heard
the science of
details about the difference those
immunization.
vaccines made in saving lives in the children who were under his care. Vaccination has helped to
Pharmacuck.
eradicate many deadly diseases in the United States, including polio and smallpox, something we should be proud of as Americans. I am extremely concerned that as Secretary, you would be able to halt critical vaccine research and to exploit parents' natural
You don't know
worries
shit
by
about what's
advising
going
them
on,
not to
baby.
vaccinate their children. This will lead to more children getting sick, and some will even die.
Know anything about it.
Before
You're
the
not a
measles
doctor.
vaccine, about 500 American children died a year from
That's
measles.
bullshit.
This is
Bullshit.
too much of a risk for our country, and there is no reason that any of us should
Bullshit.
believe that you have reversed the anti-vaccine views that you have promoted for
You're a bullshit
25
cuck for the
years.
pharma industry.
For example,
Nobody
you have
believes
previously
you.
falsely
How do
suggested
people like this
that the
get
polio
elected?
vaccine
As you
killed
can see, she's
many,
not
many,
married
many,
because she
many more
cannot-
people
No
than
man can
polio ever
tolerate this
did
kind of
by
bullshit.
causing fatal cancers, while rigorous safety studies show that to be completely false.
You're
Now,
completely
let's
false
go
because
to
you're paid
something
off.
we agree upon. I am really heartened to see that one area where we agree on is on women's reproductive freedom. In your own words, it's not the
Oh, man,
government's
one of
place
those, huh?
to tell people what to do with their bodies. You said that, correct?
Yeah, you did, but you want a doctor to say that.
Yep. Mr. Kennedy, in 2023, you came to New Hampshire and said, quote, "I'm pro-choice." I
Yeah, you
don't
know
think
that
the
they lose
government
all
has any
credibility when they
business
say
telling
that.
people what
Nothing
they
but a
can or
talking
cannot
head for
do
the
with their
corrupt
bodies. So
establishment.
you said that,
Take
right?
Yes.
Hot
Yep.
off.
But you also said we need to trust the women to make that choice because I don't trust government to make any choices. You
Yeah,
said
you
that
want to
too,
trust
right?
the doctor
Yes.
to make that choice because
It
in
is
every statement
remarkable
you make,
that you
leave
have
it up to
such
the
a long
doctor.
record of
That's a man
fighting for
too.
women's reproductive freedom,
That's
and
a
really
man too.
great that my Republican colleagues are so open to voting for a pro-choice HHS secretary. So, Mr. Kennedy, I'm confused. You have clearly stated in the past that bodily autonomy is one of your core values. The question is, do you stand for that value or not? When was it that you decided to sell
Go
out the
cuck
values you've
yourself.
had your whole life in order to be
Go
given
cuck
power
yourself.
by President Trump?
Senator, I agree with President Trump that every abortion is a tragedy, that we can't be a moral authority in this country.
Right. So, but that isn't what you said back in New Hampshire in 2023. My question is exactly when did you decide to sell out your life's work and values to get this position?
Oh, go cuck yourself.
Senator, I agree with President Trump that every abortion is a tragedy.
So what you're telling us, just to be clear, because my time is
She
limited,
trash.
is that regardless of what you believe, regardless
Just
of what
go
values you
garbage can
have,
after
if
this.
President Trump tells you to do something, you're going to do it. You said just now the discussion about mifepristone. Oh, he's asked me to study the safety of it.
She's
Here
shaking.
are the
She's so
safety
furious.
studies that tell us mifepristone is safe and effective. And I asked Mr. Chair
We don't know
that
what you're
these
holding,
40,
you liar.
about 40 studies be
You sell out
admitted to
liar.
the
We have
record by
no
unanimous
idea.
consent.
Without objection.
So the studies are there. The safety is proved. The science is there. But what you're telling us is if President Trump orders you to take action to make it harder for women to get direly needed health care, you'll follow his order. If Mr. Trump, as he did yesterday, orders a halt on Medicaid payments
Didn't
that
happen.
are essential
Liar,
for
liar.
taking care of people with disabilities all
liar,
around this country,
liar.
you're going to follow that
You're a
order
liar.
because you are willing to sacrifice
Sit
your
there and you're
values,
pissing
your
in my
knowledge,
audience's
if President
ear right
Trump
now.
tells you to do that. That to me is unacceptable
Pissing
in a
in the
Secretary
Americans'
of Health and
ears right
Human
now.
Services.
The American public ears. You are
As
the
I
biggest
explained
lying.
before, the White House
See you next
has
Tuesday.
issued
See you all day.
a,
Congratulations on that.
a statement saying that there was, that policy will not deprive any American
Yeah,
of
the
benefits.
problem is the White House issued that statement only after we pointed out the damage it would do, and it became politically uncomfortable for them. You know what else that freeze on federal funding did?
And we didn't
It
do a thing.
halted funds for critical research
Nope.
that could
Oh my
cure
God.
pediatric cancer.
Within 2 days.
So if the president
2
tells you to
days
do
of a
that,
freeze.
you're going to stop that too.
If
That's
that was
enough.
even true, within 2 days, that just fucks
Senator
everything
Cortez
up. Huh?
Masto is
What
next.
a liar. She thinks
Thank
you're stupid. That's
Mr.
the
Kennedy,
person right
thank you for
there
coming
who thinks
into
you
my
are beneath
office and
them
having the
and thinks you are
conversation that
too
we
stupid
did.
to put two and two together.
I appreciate your passion.
That's the kind of people
and your
the
belief,
establishment
and you've
has.
spent years
That's
really
the kind of
talking
people
about the
dumb
issues that
people
matter
vote
to you, and
for.
I appreciate that. Let me ask you a couple of questions, though I just need some clarification. Right now, there's a 40-year-old law that requires hospital
Oh yeah,
ERs
it's total marketing.
accepting payment from Medicare to actually provide emergency care to patients. So let's say a woman experiencing a life-threatening condition like a heart attack goes to the ER. As a lawyer, you would agree that that federal law protects her right to emergency care, correct?
Yes.
So now a pregnant woman with life-threatening bleeding from an incomplete miscarriage goes to the ER. Let me rephrase that so you can hear. A pregnant woman with a life-threatening bleeding from an incomplete miscarriage goes to the ER, and her doctor also determines that she needs an emergency abortion. But she's in a state where abortion is banned. You would agree also as an attorney that federal law protects her right to that emergency care, correct?
I don't know. I mean, the answer to that is I don't know if the state
Does it,
bans
well, let
it.
me ask you this as an attorney, doesn't federal law preempt state law?
The federal constitution does. Sometimes not every federal law preempts state laws. It
Right,
could be
Memento?
unconstitutional. Now, I'm
Well, I
not
would
trying to
tell
be
you in this
evasive,
case, let me ask you
Senator. I'm
this.
just telling you, I don't know the
I
answer to
appreciate that.
question.
But what authority do you have over this as the director of HHS?
What authority do I have?
Yeah, to enforce the law,
In what regards?
to make sure that a hospital that receives payment from Medicare is ensuring that they're providing the necessary emergency care to patients when they present. It's actually the EMTALA law. So what authority as HHS director do you have with respect to EMTALA?
My understanding is that I have budgetary power.
We got to
and
fight
that
with
it's
them,
pretty
man.
much
We got to
limited
fight
to
with them.
that. But if you tell me I have another authority, I don't even think that
Well, let me tell you,
we
you
have a
do.
law enforcement branch at HHS.
Actually, you do, and that's CMS. CMS actually investigates complaints of EMTALA violations, as well as the Health and Human Services Inspector General, who, by the way, was just recently fired by Donald Trump. So you will be enforcing EMTALA laws. And
Oh,
it's
good.
important that you understand their impact and don't play politics with the patient presenting at the ER based on a position that this administration has taken.
Yeah, but
Let
that's
me ask you
she's
another
full of shit
question.
right there.
When we
She's
met in my
being-
office,
it's a
you
false scenario.
said about lowering drug prices, that when Big Pharma price gouges, the American
False
people
dilemma
suffer. I think we
fallacy,
both
guys.
agree on that.
False dilemma fallacy.
And I think you're sincere in your belief that you want
these
to
two women right
reduce
here are
prices
all
for
over that.
Americans, correct?
False dilemma.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now,
The
if
Inflation
if a woman
Reduction Act empowered
wants to get an
Medicare
abortion, the
to
moon
negotiate
crashes
prescription drug
into
prices.
the abortion
It
clinic.
penalizes
Can she go to
drug
the
companies for
hospital?
price hikes above inflation.
You're going to
And
ensure
it
she's going to be able to go to the
caps seniors'
hospital?
out-of-pocket drug costs,
Moon
along
crashes into the
with
abortion
reducing
clinic?
insulin prices to $35 per month. But your future boss, Donald Trump, on his first day in
Thank you.
office,
She's confirming.
revoked President Biden's executive order that actually directed the health secretary to examine ways to reduce drug prices and improve access
Oh, we're
to
going to do that
innovative
on our own,
therapies
baby.
for the
We're going
American
to do that
people.
on our own. We don't need
And
Biden's old
unfortunately,
crappy
Republicans in
executive
Congress
order.
want to repeal
That's going to happen
the
on its own.
Inflation Reduction Act, which means reversing all of those things that we worked on to lower prices for Americans.
Oh, don't worry. We're going to do
So
that.
my
for 'em.
question to you is,
We got
what
other
do you
ways of
do?
doing that.
why are you there? Are you there to be a rubber stamp
Oh, this bitch.
to this administration and cave into all of
Like
these
you're a rubber
positive-
stamp for the establishment,
that
the
they're
corrupt
taking, even though
establishment? You mean
you
like that?
know
No.
They're in
He's there to bring his
disagreement
great
with
ideas to
your
the table
positions on
and help
lowering drug
make
prices
America
and that they
healthy
could harm
again.
Americans.
And he will.
How do you handle that as HHS director?
Senator, my understanding is that the White House issued an executive order, I believe today, supporting the drug negotiations under the IRA. President Trump was very aggressive during his first term about negotiating drug prices. He has instructed me, and I've met with him repeatedly on as that we need lower prices than seniors in this country, and
So let me ask
others
you,
are.
let
So
me
now
ask
you're
you
going
this,
to
'cause I only
interrupt
have so
them.
much time.
Now you don't like the
So
answer.
we've already
This is your
negotiated
tactic,
lowering
right?
prices.
You're going to
for 10
interrupt
drugs
them when you
with
don't
Big
like
Pharma.
the
Big
answer
Pharma,
because
by the way,
it makes
opposes
them look
this.
good.
They have not only are asking
And
for a
it debunks
pause,
what
they
you're
have filed
saying.
lawsuits, but we've already negotiated the first 10 drugs. And we want to expand it to the next.
We don't like your
10 to
negotiation. We
15
can
that
do
the
better.
Biden administration has
We got
put
a better
forward.
negotiator
Would you
now.
agree
We got the best
and
negotiator.
continue that path of really mandating that Big Pharma come to the table and negotiate drug prices for Medicare so we can lower those prices for
Well, because
Americans?
she's one.
My
She's a rubber
understanding
stamp for
is
the
that the
corrupt
executive
establishment.
order that was issued today, which I haven't seen, but I've read a summary
Well, let me
of.
ask you this then, because you keep
Yeah, but now
citing
you're
the
interrupting
Trump
again.
administration and you're just going to follow what they say. Is that what you're doing? You're just a rubber
Yeah.
stamp for them in this position? So
Everybody
anybody,
that's in this
so
position
it
works
doesn't
for the
matter that you're
administration.
before us. It could be
He's a
anybody
cabinet
coming
member.
before us, as long as they're a rubber stamp for this administration and
What do you
disregarding
think is
your
going on
beliefs
here?
and what you
Trump
think.
nominated him.
I guess my
I
question
mean,
to you is if
this
it
is your
really
first day on
is
the
fundamental
job.
to what
Do you know
believe,
anything
how do you
about
live
what
with
you're
that?
doing? You
How do
dumb
you,
Trump.
how do you address those issues as you're moving forward?
You want me to
Knowing
answer
that
the
it's going to
question,
harm
Senator?
Americans. Yeah.
You want me to
Yeah, but
answer the
she's not
question?
saying anything. This is a complete.
No,
This
I'm
is
asking you.
theater right here. This is
Okay.
theater.
President Trump has asked
Theater.
me
Soundbite optics
and the
theater.
chronic disease epidemic and make America healthy again.
That's right. Hit your points. There you go.
I'm
So
in a
is that the
unique
only reason why you're
That's
at
right.
HHS? Is that the
Excuse
only
me.
reason why then you're at
To
the
make
HHS
America
to
healthy
address that
again?
one
Yes,
issue?
that's what we're going to do. Thank you very
President
much.
Trump
Have a
has
great day.
asked me because I'm in a unique position to end that.
That's right, Snipe.
Oh, and that is what I'm doing.
And radical feminist
And if we
ideas.
don't solve that problem, Senator, all of the other disputes we
Which
have
is
about
just,
who's paying
again,
and
cultural Marxism.
whether it's
right?
insurance
It's just
companies,
called
whether it's
critical theory.
providers, whether it's HMOs, whether it's patients or families, all of those are moving deck chairs around on the Titanic. Our ship is sinking.
Yep.
Our 60% increase in Medicaid over the past 4 years is the biggest budget line now, and it's growing faster than any other. And no other nation in the world has what we have here. No other nation has a chronic disease. We have the highest chronic disease burden of any country in the world. We had,
I don't know what that is, but I agree with you, Ron.
we had 16% of the COVID deaths in a country. We only have 4.2% of the world's population. We had a higher death count than any country in the world. And when CDC was asked why, they said it's because Americans are the sickest people on earth. The average person who died from COVID, American, had 3.8 chronic diseases. This is an existential threat economically to our military.
It's almost like it was made
to
to
our health,
exploit
to our
that.
sense of well-being.
Hmm.
And it is a priority for President Trump.
CIA has
And that's why
confirmed
he
it came
asked
from a
me
lab, by the way.
to run the agency. And if I'm privileged to be confirmed, that's exactly what I'll do.
A lab that we probably funded.
Senator Barrasso.
Thanks so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kennedy, thank you for taking time to visit with me in my office prior to today's hearing to talk about a lot of the important issues affecting healthcare in my home state of Wyoming, as well as the nation. And I appreciate your willingness to serve our country. During our meeting, we discussed the challenges that healthcare providers and patients are facing in rural America. Financial obstacles facing rural hospitals, workforce shortages, issues of OBGYN, and then new regulations that are painful that have come out of the Biden administration, hurting our ability to provide nursing home staffing. So let me start, if I could, with rural hospitals and the
Biden
closures
administration
of
sucks.
hospitals like that. There are a lot of challenges facing hospitals in rural communities and frontier areas. We have 33 hospitals in Wyoming. 26 are really located in various locations, often hard to get to. Weather impacts them. 6 of the hospitals are at risk of closing. 2 are at immediate risk of closing in the next 2 years. 10 have had to cut available services. And this is a concern of rural hospitals in both Republican and Democrat states, either way, bipartisan. Critical that the workforce challenges, financial challenges that we're facing are addressed. Can you commit to working with us on a plan to address the critical nationwide issue of rural health care?
Yes, yes, Senator. And I would say that during my visits, I visited almost 60 senators so far. And the most common unifying, I would say, issue among both Democrats and Republicans, there were 2. One was PBM reform, and the other is rural hospitals. And our nation made a commitment over 100 years ago to put up a hospital within 30 miles of every American. We generally succeeded in doing that. It's absolutely critical. It's life-saving. And rural hospitals are closing at an extraordinary rate right now. They not only provide important health care for the localities, but also they're economic drivers for localities all over this country. President Trump is determined to end the hemorrhage of rural hospitals, and he's asked me to do that through the use of AI, through telemedicine, which these are innovations that I saw the other day. A Cleveland clinic has developed an AI nurse that you cannot distinguish from a human being, that has diagnostics as good as any doctor. And we can provide concierge care to every American in this country, even those the remote parts of Wyoming, Montana, Alaska, et cetera. We also have opportunities at HRSA and at the GME to finally live up to GME's mission of providing personnel to rural hospitals. And I intend to use all of my power because I've seen the priority that is given by both Democrats and Republicans on this committee. I intend to make that a priority if I'm privileged to be confirmed.
Well, I appreciate it because often with financial strains on a local hospital, one of the common services to be cut in rural hospitals is maternity services. So now we have women in Wyoming having to drive over 100 miles to access care. 13 counties in Wyoming don't have access to OB. And we're talking counties larger than the states of Vermont, New Hampshire, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New Jersey, Delaware, counties larger than those whole states. So will you commit to working with my office to find solutions to help address these specific maternal health challenges in rural America?
Yes, Senator, I look forward to it.
Another issue we specifically spoke about with this harmful Biden administration rule that have really been bad for our rural nursing homes. And it's a rule that would triple the registered nurse requirements in nursing homes. This is going to lead, there just aren't enough registered nurses in our state to be able to comply with this. This would lead to nursing home closures across our state. Will you commit to working with me to fix this serious problem that it was a result of a rule that came out by the Biden administration, who clearly doesn't understand rural America?
Yes, Senator, I think the rule was well-intentioned. But as you've said, and I've heard from many rural senators, it will be a disaster for their states. Some of the nursing homes, these are staffing rules that require 24-hour staffing by medical professionals. Some of the nursing homes in rural areas simply do not have the available personnel or the economics to be able to do that. It will mean the closure of nursing homes in rural areas across our country, which means the parents, elderly parent, will be moved a great distance from the local community and their family. And we know that the single greatest driver of high quality nursing home care is the involvement, the proximity of family members. When you move that nursing facility away from the community where the kids live, you're going to get much worse care. So the intention, although it was noble, was in reality, for rural areas at least, it is going to be a disaster.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Johnson.
Mr. Kennedy, welcome. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your decades-long advocacy for a clean environment, for children's health. I can't say as I'm surprised by the hostility on the other side. I'm highly disappointed in it. I don't know if you remember when you called me up and you were contemplating setting your political differences aside, joining forces with President Trump on an area of agreement, addressing chronic illness, trying to find the root cause of all these problems facing this nation. My first response was, Bobby, this is an answer to my prayers.
Right?
We need to get to the answers of this, but even more, we need to heal and unify this divided nation. I'm not necessarily the most optimistic guy because we've got enormous challenges facing this nation, but I thought, wow, here's somebody from the left, somebody I don't agree with on many issues politically, coming together with President Trump.
JG Lowe, how you doing?
And focusing on an area of agreement, something that the American people desperately want.
DJ Lowe.
Finding out the answers. What has caused autism?
G. It's your
name,
G.
What is causing chronic illness?
What's up, G?
Ms. Kennedy, I think I've come to know what's in your heart. I think I know the personal and political price you've paid for this decision. I want to say publicly, I thank you for that. I truly appreciate what you're doing here.
Yes, Mr. Tillis. Thank you.
Can't we come together as a nation and do this?
Yes.
Can we do, aren't you getting tired of this? I'm getting tired of this. So again,
Phyllis.
Mr. Kennedy,
Rock on, brother.
I need to enter in the record.
Rock on, brother.
These are just 11 letters of support signed by 63,000 people, thousands of doctors. From the American Association of American Physicians and Surgeons,
right.
Independent
Ron
Medical
John.
Alliance, the North Carolina Physicians and Freedom Group, Governor Jeff Landry from Louisiana. These are Americans, nonpartisan. A lot of these people I know because I've advocated with you. A lot of them are Democrats. They put their political differences aside. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter this in the record.
Without objection.
I also do want to, Mr. Kennedy, as long as I have you here, I've written over 70 oversight letters to the federal health agencies under the Biden administration. I've virtually gotten squat out of them, okay? What I get is we get, for example, 50 pages of Anthony Fauci's emails redacted. Oh, by the way, the latest one was 17 pages. Instead of issuing a health alert on the myocarditis they knew was impacting young men early in 2021, instead of issuing an alert on the Health Alert Network, they developed 17 pages of talking points. This was given to the public under a FOIA request. They had to go to court. They've got a new way of redacting. They don't black things out. They just give you white pages. So you don't even know what they have redacted. So again, I've issued a subpoena now to cover the information I've requested in 70 oversight letters. My question to you is, as Secretary of HHS, will you honor these requests from Congress? And will you
get it
make
all, baby.
HHS transparent?
Yeah, my approach to HHS, I said before, Senator, is radical transparency. Democrats and Republicans ought to be able to come in and get information that was generated at taxpayer expense, that is owned by the American taxpayer. They shouldn't get redacted documents. Public health agencies should be transparent. And if we want Americans to restore trust in the public health agencies, we need transparency.
Yep.
I want to say something about what you first said. When I launched my campaign, it was about uniting Americans, Democrats and Republicans. There's no issue that should unite us more than this chronic health epidemic. There's no such thing as Republican children or Democratic children. These are our kids. 66% of them are damaged. I know what a healthy kid looks like because I had so many of them in my family. I didn't know anybody with a food allergy growing up, peanut allergy. Why do 5 of my kids have allergies? Why are we seeing these explosions in diabetes, rheumatoid arthritis, neurological diseases, depression, all of these things that are related to toxics in the environment? Why can't we just agree with each other to put differences about so many issues, intractable issues aside, and say, we're going to end this? I don't think anybody is going to be able to do this.
Yeah,
like
what kind of
I am,
evil person wouldn't go along with
because
this?
of my peculiar
Show those 2 ladies
experience,
again.
because I've litigated against these agencies. When you litigate against them, you get a PhD in corporate capture and how to unravel it. I've written 6 books about these agencies. I know a lot about them and I know how to fix it. And there's nobody who will fix it the way that I do because I'm not scared of vested interests. I don't care. I'm not here because I want a position or a job. I have a very good life and a happy family. This is something I don't need. I want to do this because we're going to fix it. And the other thing is we are attracting now a caliber of people to HHS like never before in history. And they're entrepreneurs, they're disruptors, they're innovators of immense talent that are walking away, many of them from growing concerns. They're not coming there for position. They're coming there because they want to save our country. And they're from across the political spectrum. And all these Democrats are opposed to me for partisan issues. They used to be my friends, agreed with me on all the environmental issues that I've been working on for my whole career. Now they're against me because anything that President Trump does, any decision he makes, has to be lampooned, derided, discredited, marginalized, vilified.
We need to move on. Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Kennedy, I want to start with something that I think you and I agree on.
Oh, God.
And that is that Big Pharma
No.
has too much power in Washington. You said that
true.
President Trump asked
Hell
you
yeah.
to, quote,
But I knew
"clean
that
up
voice.
corruption and
I knew that
conflicts."
voice.
Sounds great. You've said that you will, quote,
She's right there in
slam
the
shut the
core
revolving door
section.
between government agencies and the companies they regulate. That also sounds great. So here's an easy question. Will you commit that when you leave this job, you will not accept compensation from a drug company, a medical device company, a hospital system, or a health insurer for at least 4 years, including as a lobbyist or a board member?
Hell yeah.
Can you just repeat the last part of the question? Can I commit
You're
to
not going
what?
to take money from drug companies in any way, shape, or form.
Who? Me?
Yes, you.
Oh. Yeah, I'm
You're the
happy to
one-
commit to that.
Okay, good. That's what I figured. I said it's an easy question to start with. And I think you're right on this.
I don't think
question.
any of them want to give me money, by the way.
Right. Let's keep going. You're right, because to say yes, because every American has the right to know that every decision you make as our number one health officer is to help them and
think
not
Warren's
to
on his
make
side.
money for yourself
That's
in the
weird.
future. So I want to talk more about money. I'm looking at your paperwork right now. In the past 2 years, you've raked in $2.5 million from a law firm called Wisner Baum. You go online, you do commercials to encourage people to sign up with Wisner Baum to join lawsuits against vaccine makers. And for everyone who signs up, you personally get paid. And if they win their case, you get 10% of what they win. So if you bring in somebody who gets $10 million, you walk away with $1 million. Now, you just said that you want the American people to know you can't be bought. Your decisions won't depend on how much money you could make in the future. You won't go to work for a drug company after you leave HHS. But you and I both know there's another way to make money. So, Mr. Kennedy, will you also agree that you won't take any compensation from any lawsuits against drug companies while you are secretary and for 4 years afterwards?
Well, I'll certainly commit to that while I'm secretary. But I do want to clarify something because you're making me sound like a shill. I put
You're the
together
one who
that
got-
case. I did the Science Day presentation to the judge on that case to get it into court, the
Mr.
Daubert
Kennedy,
hearing.
Mr. Kennedy, it's just a really simple question.
Yeah,
You've taken in $2.5 million. I want to know if you will commit right now that not only will you not go to work for drug companies, you won't go to work suing the drug companies and taking your rake out of that while you're a secretary and for 4 years after. It's just,
I'll commit to not taking any fees from drug companies while I'm secretary.
I'm asking about fees from suing drug companies. Will you agree not to do that?
You're asking me to not sue drug companies,
No,
and I'm
you
not
can
going to agree
sue
to that,
drug
Senator.
companies as much as you want.
I'm not going to agree to not sue drug companies or anybody.
So let's do a quick count here of how, as Secretary of HHS, if you get confirmed, you could influence every one of those lawsuits. Well, let me start the list. You could publish your anti-vaccine conspiracies, but this time on U.S. government letterhead,
here she
something
goes.
the jury might be impressed by.
There
You could
she
appoint
goes.
people
I don't
to the
Now
understand
she's
that.
CDC vaccine panel who share your anti-vax views and let them do your dirty
Again,
work.
there comes
You
the
could
well
tell the
poison.
CDC vaccine panel to
She's a
remove
slippery
particular
old fool.
vaccine
This is the
from
woman who
vaccine
pretended to be an
schedule.
Indian and took
You could
money from
remove vaccines from
Native
special
Americans.
compensation programs which would open up manufacturers
This is
to
a
mass
woman who
torts.
lied
You
her
could make
entire
more
career.
injuries eligible for compensation, even if there is no causal evidence.
Absolute crimes.
You
Well,
could
she's in the
change
see you
vaccine
next
court
Tuesday aisle
processes to
right
make
there.
it easier to
I
bring
think the
junk
one behind
lawsuits.
him is.
You
I
could
think they're
turn over
okay, but I think this
FDA
aisle
data to
on
your
the
friends at the
table
law
here.
firm, and they could use it however it benefited
She's
them.
just lying to
You could
people,
change
man.
vaccine labeling.
You
You
could
could
do
change
this. The
vaccine
moon could crash into
information
an
rules.
abortion clinic.
You could change which claims are compensated in the
Do it.
vaccine injury compensation program.
Yeah, let's
There's a
rail
lot
those
of
people
ways
that are
that you
putting
can
out poison.
influence those future lawsuits and pending
She
lawsuits
doesn't care if your
while
child
you
is
are
hurt.
Secretary of HHS.
This woman and this
And
woman
I'm
do not care if
asking
your
you to
children are
commit
hurt
right
or
now
if your
that
grandchildren
you
are
will
even
not
born.
take a financial stake in every one of those lawsuits so that what you do as secretary will also benefit you.
You can do it for
financially
different
down the
reasons. It
line.
doesn't have to be money.
I'll comply with all the ethical guidelines.
That's not the question. You and I, you have said
You're asking me,
repeatedly,
Senator,
those
you're
efforts
asking me not to
are
sue
meant for-
vaccine
No,
pharmaceutical
I am
companies.
not. My
Yeah, you
question
are.
is stop
That's exactly what
enriching
You are a
doing.
liar who
Look,
believes she's an
no
Indian
one
when
should
she's
be
not.
fooled here.
You've
As
lied to the American
Secretary
people.
of HHS,
You told
Robert
them that you're a
Kennedy
Native
will have
American
the
and you're
power
not. You
to
lied
undercut
to everybody. You
vaccines
took
and
awards. You took
vaccine
money.
manufacturing
You've
across our
lied and
country.
lied and lied. How do you
And
still
for
have a
all
job?
of his talk about follow the science and his promise that he won't
Nobody
interfere
believes
with
anything
those
you're
of us who want to
saying. You're a
vaccinate
liar.
his kids.
You're fraud.
The bottom line is the
You're
same.
discredited.
Kennedy can kill
He's a
off
worm.
access to vaccines and make millions of dollars while he does it. Kids might die, but Robert Kennedy can keep cashing in.
Senator, I support vaccines. I support the childhood schedule. I will do that. The only thing I want is good science, and that's it.
How about
that
then
leaves
say you won't make
both of
money
those things
off
going
what
away,
you
then
do
oh
as
well.
Secretary of HHS?
You just
Before we go
wanna-
to Senator.
You just want to be a
Tillis,
disruptive.
I think would be important for
fraud.
me to make it very
And that's what
clear
you are.
that Mr.
You did a good
Kennedy
job.
has gone through the same Office of Government Ethics process as every single other nominee in the Finance Committee this year and in previous administrations. In addition to listing his assets, including the items that you've identified, he has signed an ethics letter that has been reviewed by the Office of Government Ethics concerning any possible conflict in light of its functions and the nominee's proposed duties. And we have a letter from the Office of Government Ethics that he hasn't complied completely with all applicable laws and regulations governing conflicts of interest.
Mr. Chairman, point of information here. Have we had
No,
a
you
single
don't have
nominee
any.
come through who's made $2.5 million off suing one of
That doesn't
the
matter.
entities that it would be regulating and plans to keep getting a take of every lawsuit in the future? Have we had that before?
I haven't reviewed the past documentation of every other nominee's financial interests. And so, no, but I know that every single
We
time
know
we
you're
get a
taking
nominee,
money
their
from Big
financial
Pharma,
interests are
so-
attacked.
How about you take no
That's
money
why
from
we
Big
have the Office
Pharma?
of Government Ethics. That's why
Right?
they've reviewed everything.
You're not
that's
allowed
in
to for the rest
his
of your life.
record, and that's
How about
why he has even,
How about you give that money back you
I
took from
think,
the
and I don't
Native
know that I want
Americans?
to ask him to get into it, but he has.
How about you
listed
rescind the
his
rewards
assets
you got?
and
Awards you
has
got
gone
as
through a
as
discussion
pretending to be a
of
Native
the
American. How about you do
responsibilities
that?
under our ethics laws and is complied with all of those requirements. Senator Tillis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kennedy, how's your morning going?
So far, so good.
Good. You came prepared. I'm glad that you did. You, I believe, addressed to my satisfaction a question about Title X and the president's priority with respect to Planned Parenthood. Can you just affirm that you are 100% behind the president's policy on Title X and the
Yeah, I'm
implementation of it?
100% behind it.
Thank you. You know, it's amazing to me that people, well, first off, you need to understand I was in a judiciary hearing this morning. It's very clear to me that some of these nominations are going to be
Just for
shirts
the
and
record,
skins.
I'm perfectly
So
okay
no matter
with
what you
Kennedy
answer in the
calling the
affirmative,
corporate
they're going to ask you
establishment,
one
and he
more
has to get
question
the
so that
job.
you won't be able to answer in the affirmative. That's just the way the game gets played when we have nominees like yourself. So I think you're handling yourself well. I got a real quick question for you. Are you a conspiracy theorist?
That is a pejorative, Senator, that's applied to me. mainly to keep me from asking difficult questions of powerful interests. I was told that I was a conspiracy theorist. That label was applied to me because I said that the vaccines, the COVID vaccine, didn't prevent transmission and it wouldn't prevent infection.
Facts.
When the government was telling people, Americans, that it would. I was saying that because I was looking at the monkey studies in May of 2020. I was called a conspiracy. Now everybody admits it. I was called a conspiracy theorist because I said red dye caused cancer. And now FDA has acknowledged that and banned it. I was called a conspiracy theorist because I said fluoride lowered IQ. Last week, JAMA published a meta-review of 87 studies saying that there's a direct inverse correlation between IQ loss.
All right, so I'm going to assume
I
a
could
lot
go
of
on
those-
for about a
so
week.
Is there any one of them that you can say, you got me? That really was a conspiracy theory, or are you in a
Not yet.
position to submit for the record? I think it'd just be helpful for every one of these narratives for you to submit that maybe for the record. You said something about SNAP lunch. I was in the State House in North Carolina before I came here, and anytime I'd go visit an elementary school, the first thing I would do is go to the trash cans in the cafeteria. And what we have now are kids that are not eating the food because the dictates of the federal government have made it something that they don't want. But they say, well, it's a healthy alternative. It has processed materials in it, and it's not particularly attractive to them. So they throw it away. Trash cans full of food that these kids didn't eat. So then what do? They go eat snacks, or they go eat or they drink a sugar drink. The SNAP program, everything you've said about the SNAP program, I agree with. I think that we should be very, very strict about that. And it's going to make some people uncomfortable in the food manufacturing segment, produce healthy foods that we can put in the SNAP program. That's the way to address it.
It may be cool to
But we
eat
also
healthy
need to
food.
look at the school
It'd be
health
cool.
program. I was PTA president 21, 22 years ago at my daughter's high
And you
school.
can do that. I'm living proof.
And I feel like we've got these kids that need help. We've got to guide them through a process. Many of them are probably on Medicaid, and Medicaid's failing them. Everybody here says Medicaid is sacrosanct. Nobody's admitted that Medicaid is not producing positive health outcomes. Is that your problem in Medicaid right now? The program or the outcomes?
Is the outcomes. We're spending $900 billion and our people are getting sicker every single year.
Yeah. So
And
anybody who's
President Trump
building
wants people to have it, Americans to have a high quality insurance. That's what
anybody
he's-
who's building a case for the status quo of Medicaid is by extension saying that they're happy with the outcomes. I think it's unacceptable. I do have a question for you on Project Warp Speed. We supported the CARES Act. We had 97 people in the U.S. Senate vote for it. Everybody here, there's only one member of Congress that voted against it, I believe. And Project Warp Speed had CDC, FDA, NIH, and BARDA very much in the mix. Now, some people think that you're going to come in here and insert yourself into those agencies in a way that's never been done before. Let's say that they're a part of a future Project Warp Speed. Is it your intent to go in and do something that's never been done before, based on my staff's research, and insert yourself in a discussion that the scientists are dealing with in those different agencies?
No, Senator, what I want to do is, I'm not a scientist. I want to empower scientists. I want to make sure that science is unobstructed by vested or economic interests.
That's good.
Or by bad culture. And I'll just say about Operation Warp Speed, it was an extraordinary accomplishment, showed demonstration of leadership by President Trump. When he promoted Operation Warp Speed, he was looking at all of the different remedies, including vaccines,
therapeutics, everything.
Therapeutic, ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, famotidine, even chlorine dioxide. And
Make sure you take a
he was
note of
not
that.
looking at shutting down our country for the year, forcing people to wear masks for a year, forcing all social distancing that did not have any scientific basis, which Dr. Fauci has now acknowledged. He said, we took it out of thin air. But all of those changed during the Biden administration. And it became very narrowly focused. We ended up with the
That's
worst,
exactly what I had to explain to
highest death
someone the
count
other
of any
night.
country in the world.
Mr. Chair, if I can just ask one final question, and I think it's a one-word answer. I've heard a lot of people complaining about healthcare delivery, Medicaid. On the other side of the dais here, Who's been responsible for healthcare policies over the last 4 years?
The Biden administration.
I mean, the president, the Biden, okay.
Yeah.
So that, I'd like to have heard more of those in oversight hearings over the last 4 years. I haven't, but I'm glad that there's an acknowledgement that you're inheriting a problem that needs to be fixed. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kennedy, thanks for being with us. I very much like the slogan that you coined, "Make America Healthy Again." And I strongly agree with that effort. Despite spending, as you indicated, 2 or 3 times as much per capita on healthcare as other nations, we have 85 million people who are uninsured, underinsured. We have all kinds of chronic illnesses. Our life expectancy is lower than other countries. And for working class people in this country, they are living 6, 7 years shorter lives than the top 1%. We got a problem, okay? And I'm going to suggest some ideas that I think can remedy that. Last year, the insurance industry in this country made over $70 billion, while at the same time, 85 million Americans are uninsured or underinsured. Do you agree with me that the United States should join every other major country on earth and guarantee health care to all people as a human right? Yes?
No. No. No.
Senator, I can't give you a yes or no answer to that question.
Healthcare a human right? Is healthcare a human right?
No.
In the way that free speech is a human right,
Yeah.
I would say it's different because if with free speech doesn't cost anybody anything, but in healthcare, if you smoke cigarettes for 20 years and you get cancer, you are now taking from the pool.
Well,
And so are you guaranteed the
Yeah,
same right,
and if
or
I-
is
okay,
there also a
look,
duty?
I'm sorry. I'd love to talk for an hour with you. We got a few minutes left here. All right. Every other country on earth says healthcare, whether you're poor or rich, young or old, is a human right. I'm not hearing you say that. All right.
That's
You talked
not
about the
true.
drug companies, and maybe we agree on this one. As you all know, despite the drug companies making over $100 billion in profits, paying CEOs outrageous compensation packages, we in some cases pay 10 times more for the same drug. Will you support legislation that I will introduce which says that in America, we should not be paying a nickel more for prescription drugs than people around the rest of the world? Yes, no?
To equalize it,
Not to equalize it, that we should not be paying more than other countries for the same damn drug.
President Trump has asked me, in fact, I had a meeting with President Trump a week ago where we showed him the charts.
He knows the charts.
We're
Question is-
paying 10 times more from Europe.
That's right. And are you going to commit to us that you will end that absurdity?
I think in principle we can. We should end that disparity.
Good. Okay. That's great. All right. I happen to believe that climate change is real. It's an existential
also believe
threat,
in
and
Marxism.
it is a healthcare issue. Donald Trump thinks that it is a hoax originating in China. Question is, in your judgment,
That's
is
false,
climate
too.
change a
Another
hoax
false.
or is it real, causing devastating problems?
President Trump and I, from the beginning, from our first meeting, agreed to disagree on that issue. I believe climate change is existential. My job is to make Americans healthy again.
All right,
And
you believe that, all right,
is
you
what
think,
I'm-
that you disagree with Trump, you don't think climate change is a hoax, is what I'm hearing.
My job here is to
I'm
make
just asking you that,
Americans
Mr. Kennedy, not a trick question.
I answered your question, Senator Sanders.
Okay, you disagree with the president on that.
I answered your question.
Okay. I'm going to pick up on a point that Senator Hassan made. Look, there is no question that
Panda
abortion is a
slander.
divisive issue in this country.
I'm Bernie Sanders. I panda,
I
then
would
I
say a
slander.
majority of the people are pro-choice. There's a strong minority who are pro-life.
Panda
A year and a
slander.
half ago, you went to New Hampshire, running for president, gave a speech, and you talked about government should not tell a woman what she can do with her own body. That's her choice. Now, I think everybody on that side is pro-life. I think everybody here is pro-choice. I have never seen any major politician flip on that issue quite as quickly as you did when Trump asked you to become HHS secretary. Tell me why you think people should have confidence in your consistency and in your word when you really made a major U-turn on an issue of that importance in such a short time.
Senator, I believe, and I've always believed, that every abortion is a tragedy.
But
I
you
don't-
told the people in New Hampshire that it was their right. All right, let me do a last question here because I'm running out of time. I think the gist of what you're trying to say today is you're really pro-vaccine, you want to ask questions. You have started a group called the Children's Health Defense. You're the originator. Right now, as I understand it, on their website, they are selling what's called onesies. These are little things, clothing for babies. One of them is titled Unfaxed,
Get those.
Unafraid. Next one, and they're sold for $26 a piece, by the way. Next one is No Vax, No Problem. Now, you're coming before this committee and you say you're pro-vaccine. Just want to ask some questions. And yet your organization is making money selling a child's product to parents for $26, which casts fundamental doubt on the usefulness of vaccines. Can you tell us now that you will, now that you are pro-vaccine, that you're going to have your organization take these products off the market?
Senator, I have no power over that organization. I'm not part of it. I resigned from the board.
Yeah, that was just a few
Leadership.
months ago. You founded that. You certainly have power. You can make that call. Are you supportive of this?
I've had nothing to do with
Are you
leadership.
supportive of these onesies?
I'm supportive of vaccines.
Are you supportive of this clothing, which is
Leave them alone about
deliberately
the damn
anti-vaccine?
clothes,
I
you
am
goddamn
supportive of
communist.
vaccines. I will. I want good science, and I want to protect.
But you will not tell the organization you founded not to continue selling that product. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Whatever, you communists.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much for being with us today. And I have no doubt that you will be confirmed and you are going to do such a solid job for the people of this country.
Yeah.
And I do have several issues I wanted to talk with you about and didn't have time to cover them all when we met prior to the meeting, but rural health care is very important to me and the people of Tennessee. 78 of our 95 counties are rural counties. Now, over the last few years, we've seen hospital closures. So we have focused on access in rural areas. And my rural health agenda, which is bipartisan, focuses on innovation, telehealth, access points. It focuses on work shortages. And also, Senator Warner and I have together focused on making certain that we address the area wage index and do that fairly for our citizens that are in rural communities. So I would like a commitment from you that when confirmed, you and your CMS administrator will work with us to make certain that the area wage index is balanced and that it is fair to rural areas.
Senator, both Dr. Oz and myself recognize that rural health care is in crisis in this country, and that is catastrophic for our entire country. And I talked a little bit about my commitment to rural health earlier in this hearing. The regional price points, as you know, are set by Congress and not by HHS. I will certainly, and I know Dr. Oz will certainly work with you to make them sensible.
We look forward to that. Also, you and I, before you came forward as the secretary, the nominee, we had talked in years past about over-medicating youth and concerns over that. And I was looking at a report from TennCare,
Hey, Blue,
which
what's
is our
up?
Medicaid program in Tennessee. And I was concerned when I saw a number that TennCare had spent $90
The bail has been
million
dropped.
in 2024 alone on ADHD. This was 417,000 of our children. And $90 million. To me, That is heartbreaking, what is happening there. So how will you prioritize oversight of prescribing practices while promoting alternative solutions such as counseling, behavioral therapies, community-based interventions for our youth?
Exactly, and that's the solution. 15% of American youth are now on Adderall or some other ADHD medication. Even higher percentages are on SSRIs and benzos. We are not
It's about for a
just
life of drug use,
medicating our
believe it or not.
children. We're over-medicating our entire
Like, no, I'll
population.
take it. I can take anything.
Half the pharmaceutical
High my
drugs
whole life.
on earth are now sold here. 70% of the profits from pharmaceutical companies are from the United States, even though we only have 4.2% of the world's population. Not only that, but a recent study by Cochrane Collaboration founder Peter Ghosh found that pharmaceutical drugs are the third largest cause of death in our country after heart attacks and cancers. Oh, they're not making us healthier. We need community health initiatives. We need access to treatment. We need exercise. We need better food.
Okay, let me talk to you about one of those access points in treatment. And this highlights a problem we have in the federal Medicaid law. Since Medicaid's enactment, states have been prohibited from using Medicaid funds for care provided by institutions for mental disease. We refer to them as IMDs. These are psychiatric hospitals, residential treatment facilities with more than 16 beds. This is a discriminatory exclusion, and it denies payment for medically necessary care based on the illness that is being treated, and it has perpetuated unequal coverage in mental health care. So if you're confirmed, when you're confirmed, will you commit to working with me on repealing this discriminatory exclusion and ensuring equal access to mental health care for Medicaid beneficiaries?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you so much. I've got a question on PBM reform, one on artificial intelligence in healthcare. In the interest of time, I will yield back. I look forward to seeing you help make us healthy again.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Lujan.
What? No, you're next. I'm next.
Excuse me, just, I made a mistake. It's Senator Cantwell.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and just congratulations
Take care,
on your
Kenny. Thanks for
nomination,
being
Mr.
here.
Kennedy. And I've been absent only because I've been in another hearing with the nominee to be the Commerce Secretary. So I will review everything that you've said today and look at that diligently. But one of the things that I wanted to discuss with you is I represent a very big innovation state, and innovation in healthcare specifically. Innovation,
really?
like
What state is that?
NIH funding to the Fred Hutch Cancer Center that helped develop the HPV vaccine, which has the potential to eliminate over 95% of cervical cancer. NIH also funds a
Just talking
lot
about
of
Gardasil?
jobs and grants, nearly 11,000
Gardasil
people in
is
the
not
state of
good,
Washington, and over
from what I hear.
$1.2 billion worth of grants. So while I agree with you on healthy foods, I definitely am troubled
Just what I
by the
heard.
medical
Just an
research
opinion.
side of innovation and some of the things that you have said. In fact, this issue about laying off 600 employees at NIH, or
How you know they're good
giving
employees,
the
right?
fact that, to quote, give infectious disease a break for 8 years. So we've had a chance to talk about this a little bit, but the most striking example of this is when COVID hit. And we were the first in the nation. We had the first case, and it really was the fast response by the University of Washington that really helped save lives. So I just
Bullshit.
want to know that, are you aware of how harmful these issues could be for public health? That public health in and of itself could be affected by these kind of anti-science views.
You are just bullshit,
Senator,
aren't you?
I have always been a science person, a pro-science person. I believe in evidence-based medicine and gold standard science. When I said, and I've explained this before you came in, that 600 people out of a workforce of 91,000 is pretty typical. Last year alone, President Biden replaced 3,000 people at HHS and 700 at NIH. I want to say this. I said give infectious disease a break because that's been the principal preoccupation. Infectious disease, chronic disease is 92%, accounts for 92% of deaths in this country, and almost nothing is studied at NIH about the etiology of our chronic disease epidemic.
But right now,
The money is going to infectious disease.
but
And
I get your point. It's an interesting point.
It's a very
problem is-
accurate point.
We had to respond, and it's actually the Gates
You
Foundation
had
and
to
the flu
respond.
cohort that figured
you?
out what was wrong, and that we had an outbreak of COVID that was going beyond the very first case, and so we had to build a very fast response. So I
Oh,
take
yeah?
this
Is
to
that
the
it?
University of Washington has
So
conducted
the hell with science
groundbreaking
then.
stem cell research on fetal tissue. To me, I know there's probably a lot of people that may not agree with this, but we're making
got that right,
regenerative
Blue.
heart tissue now at the University of Washington. So yes or no, do you
Oh, I
commit
bet
to
you are on
protecting
heart
stem
tissue.
cell
Thanks to
research
you know
for
what.
scientific agencies if confirmed?
I will protect stem cell research. Stem cell research today can be done on umbilical cords, and you don't need fetal tissue.
That's right. Yep.
You'll protect the laws that are on the books today and the research that's
My
done.
job is
We'll
Senator, to
reform them.
enforce
We'll
the
make them
laws.
better.
Okay, so I want to move
That's
to
what you just said, isn't
PBMs
it?
because PBMs are driving up
reform the
drug
laws.
prices. And one of the biggest things that we need to do here, I think, in a new administration is get a handle
That's
on
right,
everything
Snipe.
that is
She's
driving
full
up
of shit.
prices and lower them. The report found that
Okay.
PBMs generated $1.4 billion from spread pricing. That is where they are able to basically set the
That's right,
price,
Arby.
not reimburse pharmacies, and then pocket the rest. We've had bipartisan legislation in several different committees now to get at this. What do you think the solution is?
I think one of the really notable achievements
Prevention
of
is the
this
key.
panel was the PBM
Prevention is always
legislation
key.
that they put together in a bipartisan way. I haven't met a single senator, well,
Let's not
actually
try to
one
prevent
only,
hypertension. Let's make drugs for
of
it.
the 60 odd senators that I talked to, all of them talked about PBMs and how important it was. And President Trump, during his first administration, pushed through a law to give transparency to PBMs. It got overruled during the Biden administration. Luckily, this panel is resuscitating that. President Trump is absolutely committed to fixing the PBMs.
My time is running out, so I just want to clarify. You believe that we should pass these laws that now have been proposed in the Senate?
I haven't read the entire law, so I don't know, but I think that we need to reform the PBMs. I think we need
But and
to
somebody
get rid of
sugge-
all of these vested interests that are draining money from the system.
Okay, somebody suggested though that you thought you should convene the PBMs and talk to them about some sort of self-regulation. So I am trying to distinguish between these people who basically are doing illegal activities and ripping off, really they're creating pharmacy deserts in my state. So I'm asking you whether you believe that we have
Pharmacy
to legislate in
deserts.
this area.
Again, I'm not being evasive. I just don't know exactly what the law says. I met with the PBMs. I met with pharma. My job is to meet with all the stakeholders. I've been meeting with stakeholders for 40 years. People I was suing, you want to hear from the other side.
Well, it's
That doesn't
okay.
mean I would let the PBMs write their own ticket.
I think
I support the efforts of this committee to come up with bipartisan legislation. President Trump wants to get the excess profits away from the PBMs and send it back to primary care, to patients in this country, and to high quality health care.
I'll ask you for the record, since my time's expired, to look at the legislation that came out of the Commerce Committee that defines the legal activities that they are doing to drive up prices, and get us an answer for the record. Thank you, Mr.
In
Chairman.
principle, I support that legislation.
Thank you. And let me just
Thank
tell
you,
you
Ms. Cantwell.
the list as we have to move forward to the ending here.
All right, moving towards
Lujan
the
will be
ending.
next, followed by Senator Marshall, Senator Warnock, Senator Smith, Senator Young, and Senator Welch.
And let me say again, Mr. Chairman, this is a matter of such importance. A number of my colleagues would like a second
put your
round,
kid
and
in
I think
drugs.
it would be important to offer,
No,
say,
you're not going to get to
a
beat up on them
modest
for another
amount of
second round, you
additional time to get
goddamn
into this on both sides.
demon.
I know I have some questions. I want my
Yeah, you did
colleagues to have
questions.
the opportunity to raise their concerns as well.
Well, I've said, as I have indicated to you, Senator Wyden, I'm not going to do a second round.
Yeah,
I have
go
been
suck a
very
lemon,
generous
dude.
with the senators. I think almost every single senator has had 7 minutes at least. And I will give you a second, as is our practice
I think
between the two of us.
I'll then divide my time up with my colleagues.
No,
Okay,
go
you are
suck a
welcome To
lemon.
do that.
Thank you.
Senator Lujan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You old
Mr.
mummy.
Kennedy, when we met, you stated to me that it is not your goal to take away
You got
programs
7
that
minutes.
work for Americans. Do you stand by that statement?
Yes, Senator.
Mr. Kennedy, do you know how many Americans rely on Medicaid?
It's about 72 million plus the 7 million kids who are on chips.
Appreciate that, 72 million. Yes or no, is it important that expectant mothers and newborns have access to health coverage? Is it important that expectant mothers and newborns have access to health coverage?
Absolutely, Senator.
Mr. Kennedy, do you know how many babies born in this country are covered through Medicaid?
I would guess, I don't know the answer. I would guess about.
Most of them have state insurance.
30 million.
I
State
have it, Mr.
insurance.
Kennedy. About 41% or 1.4 million babies births are financed by Medicaid, according to
How many of those are from
the National
illegal
Center for Health Statistics.
aliens at this point?
Yes or
right
no?
now?
Do you believe that Medicaid
No one's
is a
asking that
critical
question.
program?
I believe
Federal
that
stuff. Most states cover that
Medicaid
from their
is a
citizens.
critical program, but that it's not working as well as it ought to be. And President Trump has asked me to make it work better, that most Americans are not happy with it. The premiums are too high, the deductibles are too high, and everybody's getting sicker. Too much money is going to
Mr.
the
Kennedy?
insurance industry.
I have a series of yes or no questions. They're pretty simple. Because you heard we're not going to get a second round of questions, I ask for your indulgence to
Keep
be
burning
able
that
to get
time
to
up,
them,
buddy.
Yes or no.
Burn it.
In New Mexico, as you know, Medicaid is often measured
Burn,
state
baby,
by
burn.
state. It might surprise you if you look at some of those surveys. In New Mexico, the response was 90% of New Mexicans on Medicaid report satisfaction getting care, 80% getting specialist care, 85% getting urgent care, 95% ease of filings out of focus. Not to pick on any one of my colleagues, but in Louisiana, 86% of people on Medicaid are satisfied with their interactions. 83% are satisfied getting care. 85% are satisfied getting specialized care. 82% getting urgent care. I can go on state by state, but we don't have the time today. Yes or no, do you support cutting Medicaid or reducing, and especially in an area where you and I spoke about with the federal investment in Medicaid, which is known as FMAP?
President Trump has not told me to that he wants to cut Medicaid. He's told me to make it better.
Do you support cutting, yes or no? Let me ask you this way, since it's only about
I
President
support
Trump.
making it better, Senator.
If President Trump asked you to cut Medicaid, will you do it?
Oh, it's not up to me to cut Medicaid. It would be up to Congress. Oh, and
You don't want
I'm
to
going to
answer?
work. I'm
Sir,
going to work.
Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kennedy, you don't want to answer? I'll move on.
Move on.
Do you know how many
This is a
states
dumb
will
question.
end? Mr. Chairman, if I may pause my time. So I understand that people are getting asked to leave if they stand up with signs, but there's a lot of other as well, Mr. Chairman. So it needs to be extended to everyone. As Mr. Kennedy said, we should respect each other when we have a difference of opinion. We're just trying to do our jobs here and trying to ask questions. That's all. And that's all I'm doing.
Bullshit
Mr. Kennedy,
questions. You're
folks. So I
harassing
just hope that we can-
Mr.
Senator Lujan,
Kennedy.
you were right, and I asked the audience to please be respectful.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that very much.
Wah.
Mr. Kennedy, do you know how many states will end their Medicaid expansion if the federal share of Medicaid drops?
God, Warnock's sitting right next to him.
Well, there's
Ugh.
40 states that have signed on to the expansion. So,
Corrupt
It's a
establishment.
smaller number. So it's 9 states would quickly have to end their expansion. because of the laws that they have. That's about 4 million folks across the country. And in New Mexico, Iowa, and Idaho, they have triggers that it would immediately have to go into effect if in fact that gets cut. The reason I'm asking those questions is there's been a lot of chatter and conversations around Medicaid. Now, I agree we can always do better, and we must be doing better in
So
America.
just sit back and let us do better.
But Medicaid has been shown to improve
Don't get in
health
the way.
outcomes, including mortality, quality of life, and access to preventative care as
Buzzword.
well. And there's some areas, Mr. Kennedy, that you and I
Lots of
touched
buzzwords.
on specific to Native American communities.
Oh,
One of the concerns that I have are these programs matter to folks. You shared your passion about caring for folks. I
Look it up,
believe
Rumble.
that passion. My question in this area is, as you know, when folks are doing research and they're going to check to see if medicine works on someone, if they're not included in that trial, it often doesn't help them. That's what all the evidence shows. So what are you going to do when programs are eliminated to require the inclusion of Native Americans in clinical trials when it comes to life-saving medicine?
What kind of question
I'm going
is
to do
that?
everything I can to make sure.
How about just
there's Native
Americans?
Americans in clinical trials.
How about American
As I
Americans? We're all
Said
Americans.
to you when I visited your
How
office.
about not judging people?
I spent 20% of my career working on Native issues. My family's
don't
been
need to- you
deeply
don't need to
involved with them. My
apologize or make
family, my
excuses.
father and uncle were big critics of the Indian Health Service, the failure to deliver good health results or health care on the reservations.
That's
I'm
what
going to
they're good at,
bring
Wolfram.
a Native, and for the first time in history, into my central office, that all the major decisions
You don't have to.
in
You don't
my
have to make
office
excuses to this guy.
will be that he will have it. We've already interviewed candidate, a very, very good candidate, will have direct impact on all the major offices. And one of my priorities is
You
to
know,
improve.
I appreciate that. I have a follow-up in that space specifically. Will you commit to finalizing the congressionally mandated FDA guidance to increase clinical trial diversity?
Well, no.
Just
Diversity
repeat
has
that again.
been
I'm sorry.
Will you commit to finalizing the congressionally mandated FDA guidance to increase
That would be illegal.
increasing clinical trial diversity?
Yes.
What does that mean?
I appreciate that. Will you commit to reinstating all of the pages that were eliminated and people that were fired from this administration that have this responsibility?
I cannot commit
There's
to
no
that 'cause I don't
DEI
know
going to
who
be
they
here.
are.
No cultural
Well,
Marxism.
I'll
No
post
cultural
out the
Marxism,
word.
With you to make
bastard.
sure
Kennedy-
those positions are adequately staffed.
We'll get
I will
base
follow up in
people in
writing
there.
in those specific areas because I think there's some
We're
commonality
not going to
here.
put
but
diversity,
answers
equity,
matter.
and inclusion
And so I'd
people
like to
back in
get
there.
those as timely as
Not going to
possible.
happen, brother.
The last thing,
Not
Mr.
going to
Chairman, that I'll
happen.
say is
Go back to your
one of the
Marxist
conversations I had last before
indoctrination.
this
Ain't going to
hearing,
happen.
was with a family that I've been working with to
Oh, you
work
working
with my
with a
Republican
family?
colleagues when it
Is that
comes to
right?
autism and federal programs, and making a difference in these families' lives and this little girl's life. What
Uh-huh.
I'm asking now,
We need
Mr.
is
Chairman,
prevention is
is
the key.
unanimous consent to enter into the record an article from Autism Speaks titled, quote, "Do Vaccines Cause Autism?" End quote.
Yes.
And I'll note that the first
Probably.
sentence states,
That's what I hear.
quote, "Vaccines do not cause autism," end quote. Thank you. I
End
yield back.
quote. So anybody
Without
can make a
objection.
quote, right?
And before we move on, we've had a request from several quarters for
Anybody
a
can make
quick
a quote.
restroom break. We will
Then
take
make
a
it-
5-minute recess. I'm sorry to those remaining 5 or 6 senators who must wait a few minutes, but we will have a quick break. We will be back as soon as we can.
Quick break coming up. 5-minute break. Look at all those people running for the bathroom. Look at all of them go. Look at them. We're on a 5-minute break and they're going to come back and wrap it up. Yeah, did you see that guy, how he tried to slide that in there? Tried to get him. Are you going to go against the president and reinstate all the diversity, equity, and inclusion, cultural Marxism that was just taken out, correctly taken out of our government? Will you go back and undo that? You know, they're such scumbags. A lot of scumbaggery going on today. And that's what we expected, right? And we should expect a lot of that with everything we're going to see this week. They're going to do it with Cash. They're going to do it with Tulsi, and they're going to do it with Bobby. You know, that they're going to do all the same stuff. So no surprises there. No surprises there at all. Which one is blinking on me. It must be that one down there. Yeah, no surprises at all there. The old people can't go in 5 minutes. So yeah, I guess they got to, they're going to come back, wrap it up, and then they're going to do whatever the bonus round of 7 minutes divided up between a bunch of establishment tools. So that'd be probably the most frustrating 7 minutes we're going to face here. And then conclusions, I guess. And I think that Mr. Kennedy is doing quite well against this onslaught. It's interesting to see him. This is one of the most interesting ones because he's a conversion, right? He's seen the light. He's coming over to the good guy team, and he is having to deal with these situations in a different way. So very interesting stuff. I think he's doing great, guys. He's had to deal with a lot of idiots and a lot of lies. We know their strategy. We know how they work. It's a great exercise in further seeing how subversion works and how the subverted mind works on other people, right? How these people who have been put into positions of power through their ability to subvert people, to manipulate the subversion they're under, right? Then come here in official capacity on our dime and do it even further, right? Spreading malicious lies using lawyer tactics. The lawyer tactics are not to get to the truth, but to win the case, right? That's all they're trying to do. It's more important for them to win than be right, and win by any devious means they can. So it's really a loss for everybody else when they do win. So these are the people we are winning our reality back from. That's the name of the channel. These are the people who have rigged the game that we are unrigging. That's the philosophy of the channel. And if you're here and enjoying the content, and maybe you're new, or maybe you've been around for a while, whatever, hit the thumbs up. If you're new, make sure you subscribe, ring the bell, because you won't get my notification. You won't know when I go live. I go live at least 5 times a week, many times more this week. I'll be going live. Remember, there's a goal out there in the chat on YouTube right now. It'd be great. Anybody who appreciates what I'm doing, the effort to put in, and the hours I commit to running these streams, I'd love to hear. I love to see that appreciation, especially right now during these times. It's very important, and your support is greatly appreciated. And while we have a break, let me go ahead and appreciate someone who's already sent in a couple of super chats right now. Talking Trash and Truth. She's super chat so much she has her own thank you video. $5 super chat. Talking Trash and Truth. These people are horrible, showing their allegiance. Make a list. No, I guess it's notice. Outs them all. And another $5 super chat. Enter Bernie, the sellout. Yeah, he's a total sellout. He panda slander. He's a panda first, a panda, then a slander, then a panda and a slander. Like his routine is so predictable. It's ridiculous. Oh, and we got one more. Another $5 super chat from Talking Trash Juice. Come on, man. Guys, don't make her be the only one super chatting. Casting disparaging fallacies is all they know how to do when the facts don't support the goals. Yeah, it's part of the mind control subversion apparatus, right? Fallacies are what disinformation, mind control, eventually narrative crafting, all the little elements of subversion. Fallacies are the foundation for that. Oh, it looks like wow, that's a quick bathroom break. I'm sure some people are still trying to get in there. Amazing disgrace. Let's not forget the Dems approved Rachel Levine, right? Thank you for pointing that out. That's an awesome point. With that, we'll be going back. Thank you for your comments, Jacob Peets as well. Good to see you back, man. Good to see you back. And
this committee will continue
yes, I agree.
And come out of recess and go back into session. Before we go to you, Senator Marshall, I'd like to just tell everybody the remaining list. Senator Marshall, Senator Warnock, Senator Smith, Senator Young, and Senator Welch. And then I did indicate earlier that I would give another 5 minutes to Senator Wyden. I understand he has distributed that 5 minutes to a few of the other senators. So we will have a few more quick questions. And then we
Yeah,
will
but he-
proceed. And I would like to thank the
Jacob, he
audience again.
said
I know we had a couple of
that were
outbursts
loose
earlier,
because of the
but
recent
I want to thank
You
the
might miss
audience
part.
for being respectful and encourage the audience to continue to be respectful as we conclude the hearing. With that, Senator Marshall.
Thank you, Chairman. Obesity, diabetes, heart disease. Obesity, diabetes, heart disease account for probably 80% of health challenges in America. You know how many times I heard my friends across the aisle mention any three of those? I don't know if we've lost the forest for the trees here. Vaccine is a critical issue. I understand that. I don't see how Mr. Kennedy's position could be any more clear that he's going to support the vaccines, he's going to support the science and empowerment to parents and their doctors to make these choices.
Parents make
60%
the
of
choice.
Americans have a chronic
Parents make the
disease.
choice.
That there's an epidemic of chronic diseases across the country. And this Make America Healthy Again
You can trust the
movement is
science, but not
palpable to
trust the
me.
engineering.
It started on the campaign trail in 2020 when moms I'd never met, that never involved in the political process, came up to me and said, look, I want to make these choices about my children with my doctor, not the federal government. That it's a very real thing. Moms, dads, grandparents across the country grab me and say, look, why do 20% of our children now, why are they on a prescription drug? So, Mr. Kennedy, what is your prescription to help make America healthy again? What's your vision? What does that look like to you?
Thank you, Senator Marshall. We're having epidemics of all these chronic illnesses, autoimmune diseases, neurological diseases, allergic diseases, obesity. When my uncle was president, 3% of Americans were obese. Today, 74% of Americans are obese or overweight. No other country has anything like this. In Japan, the obesity rate is still 3%. And epidemics are not caused by genes. Genes may provide the vulnerability, but you need an environmental toxin. Something is poisoning the American people. And we know that the primary culprits are changing food supply, the switch to highly chemical intensive processed foods. We have 10,000 ingredients in our country, in our foods. The Europeans have only 400. If you buy McDonald's French fries in our country, there's 11 ingredients, my understanding. In Europe, there's only 3. If you buy Fruit Loops in our country, they're loaded with food dyes, with yellow dye, red dye, blue dye, and many other ingredients. The same company makes the same product with different ingredients for Canada and Europe. And at age, we don't have good science on all these things. And that is deliberate. That's a deliberate choice not to study the things that are truly making us sick, that are
Good
not
point,
only
Shelley.
contributing to chronic disease,
Thank you for that.
but to mortalities from infectious disease.
And thank you,
We
T-Rex.
need to get a handle on this because if we don't, it's an existential threat. Our country is not going to be destroyed because we get the marginal tax rate wrong or because we get one of these culture war issues that we've been talking about today wrong. It's going to be destroyed if we continue down this trajectory of chronic disease. We need to fix our food supply, and that's the number one.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Certainly, I share your concern with ultra-processed foods. On the other end of this food chain are my farmers and ranchers back home. Would you just take a second and share your compassion, how you feel about farmers and ranchers, that they respond to the market. They don't dictate the market. They grow what the market is wanting them to grow.
And Senator Hawley told me the other day that his brother-in-laws are all farmers. And he said 4 out of every 5 of his brother-in-laws has Parkinson's disease. And that kind of cluster we're seeing across farm country of cancers, autoimmune diseases, obesity, et cetera. Oh, it's, and we can now not export American food to Europe because the Europeans won't take our food. That's not good for farmers.
Wow.
are also destroying our soil because some of the chemicals that farmers use destroy the microbiome. And that causes the erosion of the soil. You can't get water infiltration. Water pools up and it washes the soil off. Agronomists now estimate that we only have, if we continue doing these processes, only 60 harvests left before our soil is gone.
Oof.
We,
That's not good.
farmers are using seeds and chemicals that are over the long term are costing them and us. And what we need to do is we need to support the farmers. We need the farmers as partners if we're going to make them work. And I don't want a single farmer to go out of business under our watch. I don't regulate farm. If I'm
Right.
privileged to be confirmed, I'm not regulating farms. That's under USDA. But I want to partner with all of my decisions with USDA and with the farm community to make sure that we don't lose more farmers in this country, but that we also transition. We offer and incentivize transitions to regenerative agriculture, to no-till agriculture, and to less chemically intensive. And by the way, I've also met with the chemical industry and the fertilizer and herbicide companies, and they want to do the same thing. Oh, and I think we're on the trajectory to do that, and we need to incentivize initiatives to accelerate that trajectory.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, the great news is that my farmers in Kansas are selling products to Europe, that today's regenerative practices, soil health, all those things are priorities for Kansas farmers. Many of us are doing many of those things already. We just need it to be more widespread. If I could just wrap up my remarks, though, is that, again, going back to the big picture here, 60% of Americans have a chronic disease. Mr. Kennedy, I believe for such a time as this, that you're not just one of 300 million people. I think that you are the person to lead HHS to make America healthy again, that God has a divine purpose for you. And I look forward to your confirmation and working with you to make America healthy again.
Thank you, Senator.
Definitely. 100%.
Senator Warnock.
Oh,
Thank you so much, Chairman Crapo.
This guy shouldn't
and
even be in
Ranking Member
office.
Wyden. It's great to be here. Mr. Kennedy,
this is a
welcome.
guy that won in
Welcome to you
Georgia
and
in
to your
2020.
family. Thank you for meeting with me a few days
be in
ago.
office.
I'd like to follow up
Out of the
if I
great
might,
scam.
with some of the issues that we
Marxist
discussed in my
report.
office. I want to talk to you first about the CDC, or the Centers for Disease Control and
It
Prevention.
makes no sense, T-Rex.
I'm proud of the work that the CDC does, proud that it's located in Georgia.
DeKalb,
with more than
Georgia.
10,000
Decatur.
employees in my
Decatur.
state. If confirmed, you would be the cabinet secretary over the CDC. Representing HHS, it's about 29% of the federal budget. CDC is a part of that. Do you agree that the CDC's work
Foster, what's up? How you
is
doing? Good to
critical
meet
to
you.
Georgia, critical for our country,
Yeah,
and
Warnock.
the
Can't
health of the
stand him,
entire
man.
world?
Yes, Senator.
Senator
He's a fraud.
Isaacson, my Republican predecessor would have agreed with that. Bless his memory. He was a fierce advocate for the CDC, as am I. The CDC is an agency filled with hardworking, dedicated public health servants. They wake up every single day working to keep us safe. I think we don't think often enough about their work, because it's easy not to celebrate the folks who are protecting you from that which doesn't appear because of the work that they're doing. So grateful for the work that the CDC employees do. Some of them are members of my church. I saw that deep commitment firsthand when I visited the CDC just last summer. Mr. Kennedy, you have compared the CDC's work to Nazi death camps. You've compared it to sexual abusers in the Catholic Church. You've also said that many of them belong, this is a direct quote, many of them belong in jail.
That's right.
For me, those are disturbing characterizations of the CDC workers that I know who are trying to keep the American public safe.
every single day. And as you are presented as the nominee for this position, I need to know, do you stand by those statements that you made in the past, or do you retract those previous statements?
Senator, I don't believe that I ever compared the CDC to Nazi death camps. I support the CDC. My job is not to
Agree.
dismantle or harm the CDC. My job is to empower the scientists if I'm privileged to be confirmed.
So you retract those statements?
I'm not retracting it. I never said it.
Well, actually, I have a transcript
Of me saying that
yeah,
it's a Nazi death camp.
I hope
let me
so,
read your
man. I'm
words.
behind that.
Says
I'm
that the
behind
institution
Nicole.
CDC
Go.
and
It's
the vaccine
awesome.
program is your description of their work is more important than the children that it's supposed to protect. And it's the same reason we had a pedophile scandal in the Catholic Church. It's because people were able to convince themselves that the institution of the church was more important than these little boys and girls who were being raped. That's pretty provocative language. You said in another statement to me, this is like Nazi death camp. I mean, let me finish. I'm just reading your words. I mean, what happened to these kids? 1 in 31 boys in this country, their minds are being robbed from them.
Yeah, I was not comparing the CDC to Nazi death camps. I was comparing the injury rate to our children to other atrocities. And I wouldn't compare of course, the CDC to Nazi death camps to the extent that any statement that I made has been interpreted that way. Yeah, I don't agree with that. In 2003, the United States Congress Government Oversight Committee ended an over a year investigation of the CDC and used almost that same language. They said that the CDC, just one division, one branch, the Immunization Safety Office, had put institutional self-interest and pharmaceutical profits ahead of the welfare and health of American children. So that was a conclusion by Congress. And I repeated that.
I'm asking you because you're the nominee for HHS. It sounds like you stand by those statements.
Senator, my objective is to support the CDC. There's nothing I'm going to do that is going to harm CDC. I want to make sure that our science is gold standard science.
So
that it's free from that same Government Oversight Investigation Committee found that the panels, the ACIP panel within CDC, I think 97% of the people on it had conflicts. I don't believe that that's right. I think we need to end those conflicts and make sure that scientists are doing unobstructed science.
So I want to enter this statement, by the way, into the record without objection.
Without objection.
Last week, the White House gagged HHS and the CDC, preventing them from communicating all important public health information to anyone, including all of our allies, including our allies in the United States and global disease prevention. Can you just answer yes or no, because I'm running out of time? Do you agree with that action?
I was not consulted on it, but that's pretty much standard operating procedure for incoming administration.
So you agree with the action that gagged HHS and CDC from communicating important public health information?
That directive made sure that no public health, that only non-essential travel and mass communications were temporarily suspended pending the confirmation of a new HHS secretary. This is standard operating procedure for every administration.
Standard, Warnock. I know you're not even supposed to be there. You're not qualified to be there.
It's standard.
You need to understand it's standard.
Operation for new administration. I think we're seeing some unprecedented action.
You think, but you don't know. That's the problem.
Last night, members of the CDC, along with other federal employees, were actually invited to resign. These buyouts, and I got text messages and folks I know work from the CDC for the CDC that do this important work who got that note. And it's really important because
the CDC.
My experience is that when you send out that kind of
You're
note,
full of
folks
shit.
who resign are the folks who you least likely want to see resign. They got other options.
That's what you believe. You're just
gifted
kind of
folks.
painting that false
They got a lot of
scenario.
expertise. They have options.
Is that what
A
you
lot of
know
them
from
are
your
doing
limited
this work
experience and your
because of their
unqualified
patriotism,
position?
because of their commitment. Do you agree with the buyouts that were presented to CDC employees just last night?
I agree at the vast majority of the scientists and experts at CDC are patriots and good government servants.
Can you tell me yes
I don't
or
think
no?
anybody's going to resign who's committed to making America healthy
Can you
again.
just answer
That's
yes?
right.
Okay, you agree with the buyouts. In our meeting, I asked you to confirm your support for the Affordable Care Act. You also mentioned that you and
Obamacare, I don't
President
think
Trump
so.
want to fix the ACA by making premiums more affordable. Can
Well,
you
that
answer me
sounds like a
yes or
terrible
no?
thing, doesn't it? You're
As
trying to
I
save
don't
it,
have a lot of
actually, 'cause
time.
it's a terrible, terrible plan.
Did you
People
know that
complain
tax
about it
credits
all the time.
that help families afford health insurance and save Georgians an average of
There you go, Foster.
$531 per month per person are set to expire at the end of the year? Did you know that?
I do.
We need to move on.
Do you support Congress extending these tax credits so that Americans can continue to afford health care?
Congress has to make its own decisions about that. My instructions from
Mr.
President
Chairman,
Trump
you're saying I'm running
is
out
to
of
make
time, but I'm having a lot of trouble getting the witness to answer yes or no to a yes or no
Witness?
question. And I've got one more question.
Witness?
You're almost
You don't
at
even know what
9
you're
minutes.
doing, dude.
Well,
You shouldn't even be in office.
I need him to answer yes or no.
You were cheated into office. You're a
Yes or no?
fraud.
Do you
I'm not going
support-
to answer yes or no to a question that's not susceptible to an honest yes or no
Okay, I
answer.
can't
We
get an
need to
answer.
move on.
Yeah, go
I
back
think
and
that,
get ready to get voted out.
The fact that
Warnock,
you find it difficult to answer basic
fraudster,
questions
you
is
Marxist
deeply troubling
fraudster.
for me as you present yourself as a nominee to run HHS. Thank you so very much.
Senator
I've been in courts all over the country and prosecutors.
Mr. Chairman, you
That's
told me
being
I'm out
nice
of
to say
time and
that.
the witness continues to filibuster even after I said I'm done.
Oh, really?
Senator Smith.
Is that right,
Chair,
Mr.
thank
Marxist?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member, and
As you can
welcome,
tell, I
Mr.
don't like
Kennedy.
Warnock.
So, Mr. Kennedy, I
stole a
don't
seat in
have a question
Georgia.
for you on abortion.
Stolen seat.
I think that my colleagues on both sides of the aisle have covered this, but I want to say I can respect people who have different views than mine on this issue, but it's hard for me to respect people who won't give a straight answer to what they think on this issue in particular. Mr. Chair, I just want to note that I understand that anti-choice
issue.
advocates have
Next.
said that in these hearings, they were
State
looking
issue.
to
Next.
hear Mr. Kennedy provide some reassurance that he is on their side, and I'm not hearing that. And I think most Americans are looking for some hint that
State
the
issue.
decisions
Next.
that people make about abortion should be personal and private, and they
State
should be
issue.
free to make those decisions without government interference. And I'm not hearing that
Really?
either.
You're hearing us to drive
To
it
make
home
it
again?
worse, the answers that you have given tell me
State
that the Trump
issue.
administration is more than willing to restrict or even ban medication abortion without a single
State
act
issue.
of
Next.
Congress, and even in states where abortion is legal. And
State
what is
issue.
clear
Next. She's in
to
the
me is that
state
you
row.
and President Trump are dangerous to women's access to mifepristone. So having
State
said
issue.
that,
Next.
I want to move to a different topic. Mr.
Good.
Kennedy, I appreciate Senator Cornyn's questions about mental and behavioral health, something that I care a lot about. I know that you and your family have had personal experience with mental health challenges, as have I. And I agree that the mental health crisis in this country is a
Sorry to
crisis.
hear that.
So let me ask you, in an interview in 2023 and again in 2024, you blamed school shootings on antidepressants. You said, and this is a quote, "There is no time in American history or human history that kids were going to shoot schools and shooting their classmates. It really started happening coterminous with the introduction of these drugs, with Prozac
Facts.
and with other drugs."
Facts.
So do you believe, as you've said, that antidepressants cause
Facts.
school shootings?
He just stated a
should be
fact,
simple
lady.
question.
I don't think.
Yeah,
anybody
simple
can answer
question.
that
He stated a
question, and
fact.
I didn't answer that question. I said it
So
should
your
be
answer
studied.
is,
I said it should be studied along with other
Study.
potential
Study. What's
culprits,
wrong?
like
So they
You got a problem
may
with studying,
social
lady?
media.
What's wrong with studying stuff?
But I don't know. I would never make, because there's no science on that,
well,
Senator.
there is, Senator, excuse me, there is, Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you for the promotion.
The science shows that there is no link between school shootings and antidepressants.
No, it
And
doesn't.
in fact,
You're
most
lying.
school shooters were not even treated with
That's
antidepressants.
bullshit.
And of those that
She's
were, there
lying
was
to you.
no evidence of
She's
association,
lying
you know.
to you
I don't
and
think
to
you
My
everybody
question
else.
is-
Senator, because
That's
of
total
HIPAA rules,
bullshit.
nobody knows.
Well, that is, Mr. Kennedy, do you think that people who take antidepressants are dangerous?
I
Yes.
think, listen, I'm not going
In some cases,
into
depends on the
HHS
condition.
if I'm privileged.
Depends
to
on if they're
confirm with
properly
any-
prescribed.
So
Depends
you
on if they're
can't
taking them
say
right.
that people.
To
Depends on if
impose
they're taking
any preconceived
too many
ideas
conditions
that
to
I
answer
may
that
have.
question.
I'm just want to have
Okay,
good science.
So you're not saying that they aren't dangerous, which means that they could
I've
be
said-
dangerous. Let me ask you this.
That's
You've
not
just-
true.
They
That's-
could be
described
dangerous. No,
Americans
they
who
could
take
be.
mental health medications
could
as
be.
addicts who need to be sent to wellness farms
Needs
to
more study.
recover. Is that what you believe?
Does it?
No, of course, I didn't say that
Yes, you
anybody
It
should
could
be
be.
compelled to do anything.
No, but
I'm
you
for
said they
good.
should be sent. There,
I
you
said they should
described
be
folks-
available to them.
You
I
said
didn't
that-
say they should be sent.
You said that folks
Kicking and
that take
screaming.
antidepressants are like addicts. That I can provide that.
Oh, I
Mr.
think
Chair.
She must be
have
on
the
them. She
availability.
seems very
Listen, I know
defensive. How many
people with members of my
antidepressants are you
family
on, Senator?
Who've had a much worse time
How
getting
many are
off
you
of
on?
SSRIs than they did, than people have getting off heroin. It's the withdrawal period is.
She doesn't have
and
any
it's
care or
actually on
empathy
the
for that.
label.
I have some
whatsoever.
experience
Very
with
well
this
documented.
myself.
I bet you
Mr.
do. You're
Kennedy.
on like 10 or
this is
15 right
personal
now,
for me.
aren't
When
you?
I was a young woman and I
Uh-huh.
was struggling with depression.
Oh, yeah. See?
Thankfully,
I knew
I
it.
had the resources to help me get through it,
Uh-huh.
including a new generation of SSRI uptake.
Oh, yeah. She
Inhibitors,
loves it.
which
She
help
loves
to
it.
clear
She's
my
on 'em
mind,
right now.
get me back on track.
She's
be a
on 'em.
mom and a wife and a productive, happy person. And I'm really
God.
grateful for that therapy. So I have some experience with this, and I think that everyone should
Oh,
have
so you're
access to that
everybody.
care. And your job as
You're
secretary
everybody.
is to
Everybody is
expand
her.
access
You're
to
narc-
care, not to spread lies and misinformation. And the things that you say, Mr. Kennedy, they live on.
I hate people
They
like
have
this.
impact.
I really
And
do.
we're having this conversation at the same
Yeah,
moment.
so do you. When you sit up
that
there and
my
lie
Republican
and
colleagues
think
are
that
looking
you
to
are
try to figure
everybody
out
in the
how to
world.
save money
Your
any way they
experience
can. And
equals
so they
everybody in
wanna
the world.
cut
What a
Medicaid.
narcissist.
Let's just think about this for a minute, because you're going to be, should you be confirmed, you would be
He
responsible
will,
for
and you can
CMS,
go to-
which
you can go
provides
jump in a
mental
lake.
and behavioral health care to millions of Americans.
That's what I was thinking,
Close to
Jacob.
40% of folks on Medicaid have a behavioral health condition, and you would be part of
Whoa,
this
what is, you mean
administration that would
overprescribed,
be looking to cut
overdiagnosed?
Medicaid. So,
You ever seen
Mr.
the
Kennedy,
documentary
these
called Century of
statements
Self?
that you've made linking antidepressants to school shootings, they reinforce the stigma
Oh, well,
that people who
if they
experience
weren't
mental
facts,
health every day face
they weren't
every
facts,
single day. And I'm very concerned.
it needs
This
more
is
study, doesn't
another
it?
example of
It
your
needs more study.
record of sharing false and misleading information that actually really
That's your
hurts people.
opinion.
Thank you,
all the way
Mr.
through.
mischaracterizing my
No facts,
statements.
I am
anything you
only
said.
putting into the record what you have said, Mr.
You're
Kennedy.
mischaracterizing my statements, and
Yeah, we all see through you, you
I'm
witch.
happy that you had a good experience on SSRIs. Many Americans have very good experience on it. Others have
That would
not.
be an issue between them and their physicians, and not
And
from
not
the
you.
future head
And
of
not
HHS
you.
to be just
And
putting
not
out
you comparing
misinformation
yourself to
about the
everybody
dangers
else.
of
You're just ignoring
SSRIs
everybody
and
that had a
other
problem on it.
antidepressant
Everybody took
medication,
their life that took
spreading
those
the
things.
stigma
You're
and the
ignoring
fear
all
that
them.
we're
You don't
actually
care
trying
because
to
you get paid by it and you love this
think
stuff.
physicians, when they make that prescription, ought to have access to good science?
Of course they do, and
Right,
I
that's
don't
all
think
I
that.
believe
tear
too,
these
and you and
people
I
up.
are in agreement, Senator.
Good thing I
And to
don't
your
run. I'm
point
not doing
that
this
you
stuff.
made when you made these statements, it was not based on good science. I don't know what it was
I was
based
saying
on.
the science needed to be done. I was saying these are potential culprits. We're coterminous, and I named other things. I said video games. I said social media. I said SSRIs. SSRIs have a black box warning of suicidal,
Mr.
homicidal
Chair,
behavior.
Mr. Chair, I will submit to
And
the
you don't-
chair the information
doesn't
that I have
care.
about what Mr. Kennedy
He
has
doesn't
said
care what
linking
happens to people.
antidepressants to school shootings. Thank you.
Yeah, good. Needs to be it needs to
Senator
be
Young.
investigated.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Why are
Good
so
to see
many
you, Mr. Kennedy.
do that on those?
To follow
Mhm.
up on that spirited
Nobody does that.
exchange,
Liar.
in talking
know-
with you
you
and,
know
and reading about
facts.
your vision for the department, you said one of your goals is to return public health agencies to the gold standard of scientific review. You've alluded to the gold standard a number of times today. So I'm going to give you an opportunity, uninterrupted, but hopefully not too extensive, to tell me and others what you mean by this gold standard.
The gold standard means real scientific research with replication of studies, which very rarely happens now at NIH. We should be giving at least 20% of the NIH budgets to replication. We should make sure that all the science is published with the raw data. We should make sure that the peer reviews are also published. And I'll give you a quick example. 20 years ago, HHS, NIH scientists did a study on Alzheimer's.
Come on,
which they
Rumble,
said
hook it up.
it was caused by amyloid plaque. After that, NIH shut down studies of any other hypothesis. 20 years later, we now know that those studies were fraudulent. NIH has funded 800 studies on a fraudulent hypothesis. And we've lost
Waste.
20 years in figuring out how to a cure for Alzheimer's. And that's just
Yep.
one example. I could give you hundreds. We need to end that. We need to end the old boy system. We need to have replicatable science and be completely transparent
All
about
right.
raw data.
Thank you, sir. In recent years, particularly during the COVID pandemic, there's been a lot of skepticism about our public health institutions. Some of this, I would say, is warranted, but it's now created a pervasive lack of trust from the public that these institutions are acting in bad faith or failing to act in objective criteria, failing, in short, to act in the best interests of the public. If confirmed, Mr. Kennedy, how will you work to regain the public's trust? I suspect it'll take some time in these important public health institutions.
I'm through radical transparency. I'm going to make the reason people don't trust the public health agencies is because they haven't been trustworthy. And you gave the example of COVID. At the beginning of COVID, everybody was rushing to get that vaccine. We had over 90% vaccination uptake.
Yes, sir.
CDC's most recent recommendation is that Americans take the 8th booster. Only 23% of Americans are complying. That means 77% of Americans no longer trust CDC, and that is the problem.
Yes, sir. In the absence of full information, might it, I think agree with you, but I want your response. Might it make sense to share that absence of full information with the American people, that uncertainty? I think one of the things by observation and experience that I saw during the pandemic, because we had certain prominent doctors appear on television and indicate, no, you absolutely must not wear a mask. 2 weeks later, it's yes, you must wear a mask. But they were certain. And they even demonized people for not following the latest science, knowing there's a high level of uncertainty in that science. Would a measure of humility and, as you say, radical transparency demonstrates humility, help rebuild trust over a period of years?
Absolutely. We need to tell Americans what we don't know. We need to make sure studies that reach a null hypothesis are also published. And that doesn't happen.
Sir, I think you are right about why healthcare costs are so high in the first place. The answer is indeed chronic disease. 90% of our healthcare spending goes towards managing it, as you say in your open statement. It's not in the main because of waste, fraud, and abuse, although we know some exist. It's not in the main because we have greedy executives at innovative world-class companies. It's not in the main because we haven't yet adopted an unsustainable Medicare for all scheme. It's because of this. So I'm encouraged that you intend to make that a point of emphasis as it pertains to your future leadership. I will say, with respect to COVID, it's not over for a lot of Americans. It's not over. I know the mission accomplished banner was convenient for the last administration, but as we continue to navigate the ongoing impacts of the COVID pandemic, we have many individuals here in the United States and around the world who are suffering from long-term health effects that significantly impact their quality of life, work, and daily activities, and they've been largely ignored. Funding for long COVID research was appropriated by Congress in December of 2020, followed by additional funding directed by the Biden administration in February 2024. Patient groups and industry publications have criticized the slow pace of clinical trial design and enrollment. If confirmed, will you collaborate with healthcare providers, researchers, and effective communities to better understand and mitigate long COVID's impact? Yes or no, please?
Absolutely, Senator. There's 16 million Americans
Will you commit to prioritizing long COVID research and integrate this work into broader healthcare policies? Yes or no, please?
Yes.
Patient groups, experts, and industry publications have raised concerns around existing long COVID funding being spent on observational research. In particular, criticism was directed towards recover funding being used to duplicate existing findings instead of funding trials for potential treatments or diagnostics. If confirmed, Mr. Kennedy, will you work with Congress so that going forward, long COVID funding will be directed primarily towards trial or novel research directions and not replicating existing observational research? Yes or no?
Absolutely, Senator, with enthusiasm.
Thank you so much. If confirmed, how will you create a balance between your personal priorities of chronic disease and healthy lifestyle and the ongoing critical work of the department in areas that are focused on incentivizing and advancing innovation in modern medicine and pharmaceutical discovery?
I think innovation is going to be the key to public health. And we have a unique opportunity now in history because of AI, because of telemedicine, and because of the quality of people that are now coming to HHS to actually save public health. But it's all going to rely on innovation. And I don't want to do anything that inhibits or impairs the pace of innovation.
That's encouraging. From approving AI algorithms to determining Medicare coverage, we certainly need more innovation, and we need good people in the department to assist with that effort. So I'll follow up with a question about how you're going to attract and retain good people. Thank you, Chairman.
Sorry to shut you down a little faster than I did the others, Senator. And we are up against a vote deadline here, and we have one more senator who gets his full time. I hope you'll keep it as close to 5 minutes as you can, Senator Welch. And then I've promised Senator Wyden, 5 more minutes?
To be divided 1 minute with my colleagues.
What a cuck.
And then if we can do that, we can get over to vote before they call the vote on the floor.
Lion Wyden.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. And as you know,
Divided up between my
have great reverence for your family from Massachusetts. When I got out of college, I was in the first class of Robert Kennedy Fellows, the memorial created by your family to honor the service of your father. I did community organizing in the west side of Chicago. And I certainly admire your energy in your effort here and desire to serve. You know, there's a couple of things that are really important here. This is not just about a debate on vaccines. It's a debate about qualifications, experience, and priorities as to the person that will head Health and Human Services.
You guys put a
And
tranny
it's
in
not
there last
just
time.
about what your answers are
How in
today
the
or what
hell?
the questions are. It obviously has a lot to do.
RFK
your whole
Jr. makes
record
that
and your
last
whole
pick you
history.
guys confirmed.
You know, your sister in her letter, or pardon me, your cousin in her letter said,
I don't even know how
you've
to
always been
say
charismatic,
it right now.
able to attract others through the strength of your personality, willingness to take risk and break rules. That's, I guess, an attribute, but it can be a danger. The question I fundamentally have is whether your willingness to disrupt and maybe break rules is going to be dangerous and destructive.
What rules has he broken?
The character questions we didn't go into here, but there's some sketchy things you've acknowledged. Your history with heroin, you've gotten over that.
That
but
was her
there's
last
incidents that do,
confirmation,
I
guys.
think concern
Right there.
the question of whether the stability is there to
You know, this
be
guy
in
was there for
charge
it.
of this
It.
major organization. And that's compounded by my concern that you don't have any experience managing a large organization, that you don't have any experience in government. So those are things that have to be taken
Oh,
into
and you
account.
did before you
But
got
the
your
issue for
your
me is
job?
also priorities. A
You gotta
lot of
start a
your
job to get
engagement in
experience.
health has been on vaccines, big important issue. You actually disagreed, as I understand it, with President Trump about Operation Warp Speed. I think President Trump deserves a lot of credit for Operation Warp Speed. He knew we had to get a vaccine. And these other issues about a mask. and
Again,
whether
he
you
said it
should
wasn't
wear
just about a vaccine. It was
whether
about
when you
all
got your
kinds of ways to
groceries, the
treat
bag had to
a
be left
pandemic that
outside.
came out of
Remember
a
that
lab
in
in
the very
China
beginning? Those are incidental to the core question.
to get
that
America
the
back on
president
its
believes
feet.
we had to have a vaccine, and you contested that.
No,
That
it's not
worries
had
me.
to. We
That
need to have
really
a
deeply worries
way to
me.
deal with the situation.
The other questions, Senator Cassidy asked you some
So
questions
don't
about our
forget
healthcare
history.
system. I happen to believe that our healthcare system is profoundly broken. And it's not just about the chronic illnesses. That's about our diet. That's about our exercise. But we are
Stop.
getting
Shut up,
premium
Warnick.
increases in Vermont of
Sitting there
20% a
nodding your
year,
head.
25% a year. And it's
Like you
busting the
know what
bank
anything's
for
going on.
taxpayers. It's busting the bank for our wonderful Vermont
There's no
employers
idea
who
what's going
care
on.
about having health insurance that they can provide to their employees. Senator Cassidy asked you a couple of questions about how you would reform Medicaid.
Here,
and
here,
I
amazing.
didn't hear an answer. You mentioned that you thought Medicare Advantage was good. You have a good plan. No focus on what an incredible ripoff was reported in the Wall Street Journal by United Healthcare, which was marketing Medicare Advantage and then paying doctors and nurses where they had assignments essentially to diagnose illnesses that didn't exist. So they made billions and billions of dollars. And I've seen nothing coming out of the
Biden era
Trump
mistake, don't worry.
administration. And I've seen nothing coming out of your advocacy that is going after what is a rampant abuse by the insurance companies and overcharging people and not doing the job. And by the way, the United Healthcare people, when they did that, they overdiagnosed. When the person really got sick, they dumped them. Go to the nursing home on your own. That's a broken healthcare system. We spend the most and get the least. And I think there should be collective anger about this on both sides because all of our people are dependent on that healthcare system. And you're going to be working for a president who's on a lawless rampage right now, okay? He has done something reckless with the pardons to these cop beaters. I'm appalled by that. But that's just reckless. That's not illegal. He's impounded money. So right now, the Medicaid website went down. He's impounded money. So the community health centers that Senator Warner was talking about are up in the air as to what they can do. Do you believe that a president can impound money that has been appropriated by Congress?
Senator, let me answer the question about Medicare first. I have never defended that program or the rapacious behavior by insurance companies or the PBMs. I understand that's a huge problem. And
all right, I don't have time. We've got to get over to vote. So
you just made a bunch of bullshit and now you're going to run away.
You got to give me a chance to answer one of them.
Please be brief.
Yeah, I brought in, if I get confirmed, I've already appointed a general counsel. The first time in history, he's a former prosecutor who prosecuted the biggest Medicare fraud in the case in the state of West Virginia. I brought in a prosecutor for that job instead of a bureaucrat, precisely to address the important issues that you raised here. The only reason I didn't talk about these before is because I wasn't asked about them.
What about-
I agree with you 100%.
All right, what about impounding, a president impounding money that, among other things, goes to healthcare?
And you're saying that that's illegal?
That's correct.
Well, my job is to uphold the Constitution. I'm going to take an oath to uphold the Constitution, and I will administer the law and uphold the Constitution.
Mr. Chairman, I believe under what we've discussed, I control 5 minutes. I'm going to take one and give one to each of my 4 colleagues that remain.
All right, and I would just say this vote, they're going to call it in about 8 minutes.
Thank you.
So we have very little time.
2 hours ago, colleagues, I asked Mr. Kennedy to reconcile his many anti-vaccine statements with his handful of pro-vaccine statements. Instead, he gave us a word salad and ducked the issue. The same was true, Mr. Kennedy, with respect to measles, where you wrote a book playing down the threat of measles, even though American families are very concerned about it.
This guy is so
Apparently,
cuffed and full of
families are
shit.
still mourning in Samoa. And my last point
Liar,
would be
liar, pants
that
on
Mr.
fire.
Kennedy said today really wasn't about him.
I'm going to spend a minute
And I
lying
just want
to you
tell him
because I think
it
you're
is
stupid.
all about you, because I find your presentation to be both untrustworthy and
Project
unprepared,
much?
because my colleagues have been seeing back
Project
and forth
much?
between Medicare and Medicaid, and it's
Do
not
you
clear
project much,
which
sir?
program you're using when. So I want
Really?
colleagues to know there is a lot more
so debunked,
information
man.
to learn about Mr. Kennedy before we
a
vote.
lot of
I'm going to
information
urge
to learn
that to
about
my
you
colleagues on
and
both
why you
sides of the
guys
aisle to not make decisions on
how
the basis of
uneducated
this
you are.
session. I thank you for the
Lying
additional time.
Wyden.
And I guess my next minute is Senator Whitehouse,
Lying.
Senator Warren, and Senator Smith.
And again, 1 minute
Yeah,
each, please.
well,
Senator
those are
Warnock.
There's been a
Look,
lot of
how many of you hang
conversation
out
about
with, right?
long, late-term abortions here, and I just want to make
With
clear
Jacqueline.
what Rhode
that right,
Island
Shelley?
OBGYN doctors describe
And they-
as
all these
what is almost always happening when a late-term abortion is needed. It is a childbirth gone wrong.
I'm not going to
The
convince
family
anybody.
has
just rants at me
painted
for
the room. It has bought the crib, maybe even decided on the baby's name, and has gone to the hospital to welcome the new baby into their family in what is supposed
I'm
to
going
be a
to pull on
happy
your
event.
heartstrings because I'm a cup.
And then things went
Okay.
wrong.
Yeah, I'm Mr.
Then
White
the
House.
alarms started pinging. The lights started flashing. The medical professionals started rushing in.
False
And the question became,
dilemma.
who
Fallacy.
lives and who dies?
Oh my God. So dramatic.
The
It's like a
mom's
fucking
life
movie.
is often at risk.
Oh my
And
goodness.
she may have other children she needs to care for. The baby's life may be at risk, and one or both may die.
Oh my God.
In that environment, the doctors and the family own that decision. Government has no place in that room at that point. And I think we need to understand when this late-term abortion
Why are you
gets
trying to put 'em
bandied
there?
about, what you're dealing with is a tragedy that is
Why are you
happening
trying
to
to
a
put 'em there?
family who wanted that child and have suddenly been confronted with a moment
State issue.
in which
Move
they
on.
have to make what is probably going to be the worst decision of their
State
lives.
issue. Move on.
And to try to shove the state legislature into that room
Oh, would we need to shove the
is
federal
really
legislator into
offensive,
it then?
really morally wrong. And I just want to make very clear what Rhode Island OBGYNs tell me is the situation when these procedures have to be
Oh,
deployed.
yeah. Was that right?
Senator
Tell me your
Warren.
most dramatic story so I can
Thank you,
repeat
Mr.
it.
Chairman. So, Mr. Kennedy, I wanted to ask about
Oh my
your
God.
role in the
Nobody likes
2019
you.
measles outbreak in Samoa.
Nobody
In
likes
July
you.
2018,
He's
two
already
children
asked
died
and
immediately
answered.
after receiving a measles vaccine that nurses
Asked and
had
answered.
mistakenly mixed with a muscle relaxant. The nurses get charged with manslaughter, but vaccination rates go down. I asked you about this in my office. You told me flatly that your visit to Samoa had nothing to do
So why you're
with
bringing it up?
vaccinations. We now know that's not true. I have
That
the
you're a
documentation.
liar. That's
You met with the prime
bullshit.
minister. You talked
That's a
about
lie.
vaccinations. You met with an anti-vaccine influencer who described
Liar.
the meeting as, quote, profoundly monumental for this
Liar.
movement. So what happens? Vaccinations
This is the
go
woman who
down,
said that she was a
there's
Native
measles
American
outbreak,
Indian.
and children start dying.
She took
But
money
you double down. You didn't
from
give up.
people who
Just
were
4 days
Native
after the
Americans.
prime minister
She took
declared
money
a
away from
state of
them.
emergency,
She took
16
prestige
people
away
already
from them.
dead. You sent
She
a
has
letter to him
disgraced them.
promoting the idea
She
that
is
the
not
children had
has
died not
any
from
Native
measles,
American
but
blood
from,
in her.
quote,
She has maybe a single
defective
millimeter
vaccine.
of
You
it.
launched the idea
She's
that a
discredited. She
measles
doesn't deserve to be in
vaccine
Congress.
caused these
And
deaths.
all she's there
You
to
are a
do
very
is subvert
influential man. In
people
fact, you are
and to
called the
try to
leader
corrupt their
of the
hearts and minds with
disinformation dozen.
disinformation. She doesn't deserve a voice. She doesn't get a voice.
UNICEF and WHO,
And yet
the
here
World
she
Health
is
Organization,
on our
investigated
money,
this.
our
They
dime,
say the claims
doing
are false.
exactly
it is
that
not
again.
biologically possible
She's
what you
lying about
claimed,
Mr. Kennedy.
and yet
Nothing
ultimately
she
more than
says is
70
true.
people died
And she's a fraud.
because they didn't
She
get vaccines.
is
So my question
completely
is,
there for optics.
do you
She is
accept
a
even a
corrupt
scintilla, just
establishment
even a sliver
piece of shit.
of responsibility
And she not only is
for
she like
the
not
drop
worthy
in
of
vaccinations
respect,
and the subsequent
she shouldn't
deaths
even
of
be
more
in
than
the
70
goddamn
people?
building.
Anything you do differently?
She completely
no,
has
absolutely
lived a life
not.
lie.
there were two incidents which children died in 2015 and again in 2015, it was from the measles vaccine. That's what the New Zealand General Hospital found. The government of Samoa banned the measles vaccine after the 2018. I arrived in July of the next year after the ban had been in place for a year.
Mr.
And the
Chairman,
measles,
understanding that you wanted to hold this to a minute.
Yes.
I don't get
No,
to
you're not
present all
getting
the
1
facts and
minute. You're not
documentation.
stealing
I've
from the
got.
American people
How
any
about if
longer.
we just decide to
No.
make entries for the record on exactly what the record shows about Mr. Kennedy's participation? And
You're
I think he's
such a
answered the
liar.
yes or no
How
question.
about when you
He takes
stole
no
money?
Senator
from
Warren,
Native
we will do
Americans?
that.
How about when
And
you stole
Mr.
honor from
Kennedy
Native
and to all the
Americans?
senators,
Lying.
every senator knows
See you
that
next
following this hearing, they will be able to ask you questions off the record and you will be able to put answers back onto the record.
There we
So
go.
please give that answer. I apologize that we're shutting you off for giving a full response right now.
Yeah, because she has no
Senator
class.
Smith, and
thank
we
you.
are way over time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Kennedy, you have said that you want to give infectious diseases a break for about 8 years. You spoke about this with
Oh my
Senator
God.
Cantwell.
It's
My
this
question
woman
to you
again.
has to do with avian flu. Over
It's-
100 million
it's the
birds
woman who's
called. The
off her
disease has spread to
meds.
dairy cows, and there are now 67
off her meds.
confirmed
She's-
human cases and 1 death. So, Mr. Kennedy, do you intend to give research on bird flu a break?
no, I intend to devote the appropriate resources to preventing pandemics. That's an essential part of my job.
What do you
That's
think
right.
is
Make
causing the
America
avian
healthy again.
influenza?
Prevention's the key.
I think the H5N1 viruses.
So that's good to
Prevention's the
hear,
key.
because in a recent book, I will submit this for the record because we don't have that much time.
Yeah,
Mr.
just shut
Kennedy
up and
has
leave.
questioned the scientific basis for germs causing disease and the power of vaccines and antibiotics.
I've never
Here
You don't know
questioned
anything
that,
about anything you're
Senator.
talking
But
about,
I will
lady.
submit that for the record.
Good.
Thank you. Senator
Now go
Warnock,
take your
1 minute.
Prozac.
I like the way you said that to the Baptist preacher. Thank you so much.
Oh, look, here comes
Mr.
the Marxist
Kennedy, based on
Baptist
our
preacher.
conversations, it's my
The guy who
understanding that
stole
you
a
support
seat
work
in Georgia
requirements and Medicaid.
shouldn't even be in the
In 2020,
room.
President Trump
even be in the
approved a proposal
room.
from Georgia state leaders requiring
Stacey
Georgians
Abrams
to
got
jump
this guy
through
elected by
a number of
counting
onerous
votes for
bureaucratic
days.
hoops and fill out
Counting
even
them
more
for
paperwork
days.
to verify work and get access to health
This
care.
guy
I ask
had
this
no,
as
has
someone who
no
represents a
business
state
being
that
there
has not
at all.
expanded Medicaid.
He's
Federal
one of the most
government, because of
corrupt
this
people,
waiver,
the
spent
most
$70
Marxist,
million
indoctrinated people in there.
on Georgia's
Next to Bernie
Medicaid waiver.
Sanders.
82% of that went to administrative
Mr.
costs.
Woke.
The point that
Mr.
I'm
Woke
making is
stole
that
a
the folks that
seat.
they're insisting need to
Stole the
work.
taxpayers' money.
90% of those folks are working.
Disgrace.
They are caregivers or they have a disability. Let me give you one example. A woman I think of all the time. Her name is Heather. She's a traveling nurse from Dalton, Georgia, who falls into the Medicaid coverage gap. Heather experienced a series of small strokes, leaving her unable to work full time. She's dedicated her life to caring for patients, but now she can't afford her own medical care, out-of-pocket costs, because she doesn't make enough to qualify for tax credits to buy private insurance.
That's not going to go
What does
well.
Heather need? Does she need work requirements?
I don't think it's
Or
going to
does
go
she
the way
need
people think it
access
is.
to health care so she can finally get healthy and get back to work?
The individual that you described would
There you
need
go,
health
RB.
care and
Thank you
not
for
a
saying
work
that.
requirement.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And we are done with the questioning now. Mr. Kennedy, I apologize to you, to the audience, and to all of my colleagues to have to
For all
rush
the
it here at
lies
the
these
end,
people
but
told
we
you.
have a vote on the Senate floor that they're going to close in about 3 minutes.
What's the vote?
I want to thank you for appearing before this committee. You have been accessible to the members and staff on both sides of the aisle of the Finance Committee throughout a rigorous process. And I want the whole world to know that you spent hours in meetings, answering questions outside of this hearing and providing documents and responses on issue after issue after issue. You've gone through the most thorough vetting process that any committee in this Congress puts anybody through. And I think that you have come through well and deserve to be confirmed. I would like to remind my colleagues that the deadline for submitting any questions for the record is 5 p.m. today. 5 p.m.
Yeah,
today.
get in your fucking
And Mr.
bullshit.
Kennedy, we ask that you respond to those questions as quickly as you possibly can. With that, I'm going to leave you in this room and run over to vote. This hearing will be adjourned. I still encourage the audience to be polite and respectful, no matter what side of the issues you may be on. And Mr. Kennedy, I look forward to working with you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We're adjourned.
All right. Wow. What a last round of that was. I can't stand those folks. I can't stand the fake establishment cronies. Cannot stand them. They're frauds. They lie. They're agitators. They're optics creators. They're narrative crafters, and none of it is in our interest. Is in America's interest. Quickly, let me take care of this right here. All right, so let's see, where do I start? I think we left up with 2. It's $5. Thank you, Shelley, for this. Casting disparities, fallacies is all they know how to do when the facts don't support their goals, which is always right. T-Rex Trucking and More, thank you for the $10 super chat. I wish someone would ask him about the hepatitis B vaccine and why vaccinated babies are why to vaccinate babies from a sexually transmitted disease. Great question. That's bullshit. All of it's bullshit. What they do to our children are bullshit. And I think that Kennedy gave some political answers today about things, and that's fine. Whatever you got to do to get through these idiots, man. I don't care. And then we'll fix it when we get in there. Talking trash and truths, $5 super chat. We should have full jurisdiction over our children. Absolutely. That should be it should be in the Bill of Rights. Parental rights should be in the Bill of Rights. They want us accountable when the kid commits crimes, but not regarding their upbringing or health. Exactly. It should be in the Bill of Rights. Parental rights should be added to the Constitution Bill of Rights. $5 super chat. Shelly talking trash truth. 15 minutes to meet goals. Thank you so much. Yeah, I did throw a goal out there, and I appreciate Shelly and T-Rex Trucking for helping support the channel the ways that they do. And I really do appreciate it. I think I do as best of a job as I can here. Oh, and thank you, Amazing Disgrace, first super chat, man. Thank you so much. $5 super chat. That video was for you as well, man. Thank you so much, and I do appreciate that generosity. Absolutely. Like I said, I think I did a pretty good job trying to give you guys the most base coverage. A lot of times we're ahead of the curve. We don't jump the shark here, and I think by doing that, you guys learn. I'm able to relay my experience over the last 2 decades doing this kind of stuff to you, people who may be new to the process or whatever it is, whatever I can add a benefit to you. I mean, I go to other streams and I see like, what was it, Ricada, or like, and not to dog out on him or anything like that, but I'm just saying, like, there's a guy, where some of his money's gone in the past. He used to make a ton of money on super chats and putting half-ass effort out into a stream and raking it in and having a big bank account and a trust fund to lay back on. And, it's just like, I appreciate the people that come here and support my channel. And he breaks it in on the super chats, whatever. That's cool. But man, I tell you what, this is a time right now when I really need it. And I do appreciate people that really like what we're doing here and that want to express that through generosity. It's very much appreciated. And I do recognize the people that do that. And I do hold them dear to the success of this channel, as well as any effort that I put in. And that's really the point I'm trying to make, is that you guys make it happen just as much as I do. And I hope that I return that value. That's my other point here I'm trying to make in my weird way, is that I hope I return that value to you. That's when I sit down to put a show together or come up with anything that I do, it's for that. It's to make sure that I always return the value that you give me, right? And the people that have gone out of their way to make this, try to make this goal happen, Shelly and T-Rex, I appreciate you guys. You don't have to carry the load at all to make that goal happen. Don't feel like you have to. It needs to be everybody that has, wants to contribute. You guys do. I've always done so much for me in this channel. Even people didn't know that or didn't know you before. T-Rex and Shelly have been with me since pretty much the beginning. And, they've always been super generous. and super supportive of the channel and supporting my ability to support the channel too. I'm a single father. I take care. I'm 100% provider protector, and I work contracts. They come and go. That's my situation here. But I also have expenses that run the channel. Right. I don't often go off about this, but there comes times when things get really tight, and I need to keep on committing the level of care that I do for my son, and for to keep this roof over his head, to keep him out of public school, to make sure he eats healthy, the important things for his future that I'm dedicated to the point of even sacrificing things for myself to make sure that happens for him, right? But I do this because it is for him, it is for the future, it is for your children's future, to build a better future, that he has a life of freedom and prosperity, and that his children do as well, even more so for his children, right? We'll be in the reformation process for most of his life, but then his children and their children, right? Generationally speaking. And that goes for yours and yours and yours. If we're all thinking like that, we're all working towards the same goal. RB, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I appreciate your generosity. Thank you. I really do appreciate it. And everybody who's in the winner's circle, let me just go ahead and throw up their names again, that support the channel on a monthly basis. Thank you so much. Believe me, that's why I always make a point of pointing out who you are at the beginning of every single stream, to let you know that your generosity is appreciated and noticed, right? It is noticed. So there you go, man. I just wanted to give a big shout out to those who support the channel, and those who believe in what we're doing here. And Snipe Hunter, thank you for the $2 super chat over there on the Rumble rant. You got a Rumble rant over there, man. Thank you so much for the Rumble rant. I don't see this pop up right away, so I don't know. I'm not sure when you sent that, but thank you so much. I'm glad I had my heart checked recently. I'm glad you had your heart checked recently too. And we appreciate you hanging out with us. We'd like having you around, and you're a great addition to the crew here, man. So thank you so much, RB. A lot of really cool new people have been hanging out recently, man. You guys are fitting right in. I think you realize we got a great crowd here, awesome people, and you're part of that. You're part of the solution. You're part of winning reality, and we appreciate you being here, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you once again. I will be back tonight at either 7:30 or 8. Probably leaning towards 8, just because of the day stream. But we'll see. But tonight is Unveiling Reality, as we go back down into the UFO alien rabbit hole. We see what Grifter Greer is talking about. We see what Ross Cult Art over there on News Nation and his Jake Barber crew, what they're spilling out. He put out a bunch of new kind of cuts out of his longer video. I don't know if they're just cutting up their long. I'm going to take a look at it right now. I don't know if they're just cutting up their longer video, their longer interviews they did, and putting them out as like shorts, or if these are new things. I need to go through and really look at them. I know they redid one of the original interview they did with Jake Barber, and they cut out all the video parts. So, and by the way, they also hit my video too that I did on that. And they tried to, I don't know if they're trying to cover their tracks on the egg balloon debacle. I don't know if they're trying to cover their tracks on that or what. But thank you guys. Thanks to everybody who hit the based thumbs up, and thanks you to the person who hit the unbased thumbs down. Your engagement with the video helps so much. It really does, no matter what it is. But I mean, if you're based, make sure you hit the thumbs up, right? Based minds hit the thumbs up. That's the way we do it here. And let me just chart these for you guys too. All right, so yeah, I'm gonna go check out those videos right now. And Greer put out another podcast. We'll call this one the Blue Shirt podcast. I'm going to go in order, and we're going to go through and degrift those things tonight and see how they're coming for the story. And of course, the big announcement that just came yesterday. Was it yesterday? The presser? Yeah, it's time. The presser, Trump stated what we kind of had figured out through our root cause analysis. That is that the drones over New Jersey were not malicious. They weren't government. They weren't military. They were FAA licensed commercial drones. And it was just an hysteria, probably an uptick in people who were owning them, or flying them before Christmas. That seems to always happen. And there you go. And hey, check it out. And there's another person right here. Thank you so much to other people that support the channel. Thank you so much. Ellie is putting a $5 in for, hold on, let me do this. Let's just do it one more time for all the new super chats that came in. All right. Thank you guys so much. Oh yeah, I gotta put those up when I do that. There's that one. Here's for the documentary Food Matters. Okay. We'll put that on the documentary list. We can do that for $5. Let me check it out. And I will I'm sure that it's based and says some good stuff. So I'll check it out. And Wolfram, $5 goal met. Thank you guys so much for that. I mean, I really do appreciate it. I really, really, really do appreciate it. It means a lot. And see, did I see the little confetti? I don't see the confetti. Oh no. What? You don't like them? They're bouncing more than jiggling. Goal reached. You guys rock. Thank you so much. Well, that one was for Wolfram. That was for Wolfram then, Ellie. Ellie, you want the dudes? You want the dudes, Ellie? You want the dude? The dude? I'll play the dude for you if you want. Y'all are awesome. Thanks for helping out, man. Thank you so much. Thank you. You got the confetti? We saw the confetti. Good. Everybody got the confetti. She wants neither. Okay, you get neither. You get neither. All right. Well, you got to thank you. There you have it. All right, guys. So I will see you tonight for Unveiling Reality as we go again deep down the alien UFO rabbit hole grift, and we will go through and see how these guys are covering for the drone news in Jersey. I don't think that these episodes actually. I think these are prior to it. The funny part about it is everything they've been talking about, especially Greer, about how these drones over New Jersey and other places where he's gonna have to backtrack on that story a little bit. He's gonna have to come back and tell us that we didn't hear him right or that he meant something else, right? So we're just disassembling the grid. It's a lot. If you haven't been to these streams that we're doing, it's a lot of fun. We have a lot of fun because these guys are comedy. They're pure comedy, especially when you slow them down. You take them line by line. You see how they're working people. You see what they're trying to do. You see how they manipulate people and they believe in this crap they come up with in their heads. And it's very entertaining because Spirit-tainment is entertaining. That's why it has a large audience. But I appreciate each and every one of you. I will see you tonight. All right. And thanks again. And until that time, ladies and gentlemen, stay based and keep on winning.
Breaking news, everybody loves breaking news. This is a friendship battle.